Morning, guys. Happy Monday. Looks like we're back for a new trading week, guys. So let me go ahead and set up this room real quick, and then we can get started. So let me just set this up, and then I'll send out the link real quick as well. Have this right here. Turn on the settings real quick because I know the chat was having issues yesterday. So let's make sure everything is good before we get started. So this looks good. Save that. I'm looking at US 30 right now, looking for a possible scalp. Just trying to see if we get a good one right here. Just finish up the let me finish setting up the room real quick, guys, and then we can get started so I can send out this link to everybody. So let's see. We're good for the most part. All right, cool. Looks like we're good to go, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and send out this link real quick. Get everyone in this room. And I'm going to keep looking out for this scalp right here for US 30. Oh, let me try to fix that. Thanks, Dejan. Just saw your message. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. I don't know what's going on with this. It was fine yesterday. Let me just all right, so if you guys are in the chat and you guys aren't able to type in the chat, just refresh the window and that should be able to fix it. I'm not sure why it's not working. Let me see. Yeah, so Dejan's saying it doesn't work. Hey, Dejan, does it work now? Try refreshing your window, and I think that should probably fix it. I think when the chat initially starts, it's not enabled. So. To refresh your. Okay, perfect. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like it works now. So Alkin, hey, how's it going, bro? And Dejan, thanks, Dejan, for letting me know. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. It's didn't have this issue before, but it started just doing this lately. Hey, Billy, how's it going? Hey, Greg. Hey, Vivian, morning. Morning, Peter. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to K2, guys. You know, we're here for another trading week. I'm currently looking for a possible scalp for US 30. Also looking for the daily entry right here. You know, obviously the previous signal was a buy signal. So the signal we'll be looking for here is a sell. So let me see if I could find some zones down here that we can kind of be, okay, so perfect. We have a nice rejection off this point. I think if the next signal is a sell, we should be able to catch that ride downward. So looks like we have a sell bias for US 30. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to send out the link, guys, because I haven't sent it out yet. All right, I'm going to send it out to there. And then forward it to the other groups over here real quick before I start talking, because I think I started talking a little too early. So let me just get this sent out to all the chats here. And then let me post it to our Facebook real quick. And then we can get started. I'm currently still watching US 30 right here. I'm looking for a possible entry, either a scalp entry or a full entry. Let's see. Got about 7 minutes left on that candle, so I can have time to look stuff up right now. So, all right, we're done with that. Let me go ahead and post this to our email list real quick. Couple other places to post this to before we get started. All right, and one last place, the Instagram. So let me get this on Instagram and then we can get started. But like I mentioned earlier, I'm waiting for a sell right now for US 30. a sell for the daily entry and also a sell for the scalp entry as well. Let me just post this to the page. Copy link. Instagram. All right, posting up this link right now. Get the swipe up button on there as well. All right. All right, guys, looks like we're ready to go. So I got everything posted up. Looks like everything looks pretty good for the most part. I don't think this is going to qualify as a sell signal, or I mean a sell scalp entry, because it's not necessarily closing on the pivot or on the structure. We had a couple of calls over here that could have been played out. Let me see. We have possibly like this one over here with this green one, or with this possible red one right here, but it wasn't like a clean entry, so I didn't take those. Also, I wasn't even awake, so I couldn't take those. For right here, I'm waiting for the rejection off the pivot, also off the structure. It doesn't look like we're getting both of them right now currently, so we'll see how this plays out. I mean, if we're looking for a sell for scalp, we're also looking for a sell for the daily entry. I think this would be a good look at this specific position, because right here for the daily entry, so the market does open in about 6 minutes, so we're going to wait for the signal after it. So I'm hoping that, you know, this sell signal appears after the market opens, because we don't take the candle on the open and we have to wait for the one following it. So hopefully this one just goes sideways for a bit, and then hopefully like by the time this closes, then we'll get that sell signal right here, and then we can enter a short position this way for our daily entry. So that's kind of what I see happening right here, or what I want to see happen actually. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this alone, and I'm going to go ahead and let this play out. So let me see the chat real quick. I'm done looking at US 30 right now. Looks like all the positions were kind of moving a little weird last night, right? Like, so for our odd USD, it pulled back a little bit, and then it's swinging back up right now. Same with G over here, it pulled back a little bit, then it's coming back up. Our NZD CAD was in profit, it hit TP1 for 17 pips. If you guys moved your stop loss in profit, you might have gone stop down in profit. If not, it's still currently active and in profit right now as we speak. Lastly, we have an NZD USD position open from last week as well. It's still like around the same area for market open, somewhere over here, yeah, on the 24th. So it's around the same area. It's just going sideways, but I think eventually it's going to swing up. And, you know, this will be beneficial for both of our other positions, odd USD and GBP USD, since they move in the same direction. So that's it for that right now. Let me pull up the chat and see if there's any questions. Let's see. All right, cool. So let me see. We got a bunch of questions here. Let me pull up the chat real quick. Let me confirm that this hasn't closed. Okay, cool. So let's see. We got Bitcoin in here. Hey, Bitcoin. Hey, morning, Indra. Morning, Hamizan. Hey, Matt. Morning. Hey, Talanji. Please tell me you caught that sell. You know, unfortunately, I didn't, because I was asleep. This is like midnight my time. But if you guys did take this entry over here, it looks like it would have played out crazy nicely. So if you took the London Open entry, so this was midnight right here when London Open happened. If you took this signal, which would be the first signal for London Open, you probably would have, you know, locked in a ton of profit right here, because it dropped pretty heavily. Dropped about 2,600 pips. So it's a nice drop if you guys took that first signal right there on London Open. Unfortunately, I didn't. So we'll see how, you know, this continues to play out. Obviously, it had a bearish move during London session. Maybe it's going to continue into another bearish move into a US session as well. But who knows? You know, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. If that ends up happening, that'll be perfect, because we could take this sell entry and we can continue on for that downwards movement. But just looking at the K2SRs over here, this is the closest zone. You can see here that it's pretty strong for the most part. It looks like price type, it tried to break it right here, but then it shot up, and then it finally broke it right here again. So once it broke it, it dropped down even heavily. So this is like a classic break and retest pattern. So we have, you know, the break right here, the retest right here, and then what I'm anticipating is a drop back down, right? So we're going to wait for that sell signal to follow this retracement buy signal. and then we can take the ride down as it swings back. So let me go through the chat again real quick and see if there's anything that we're missing before we get started. Let me make sure I have my alert set up as well so I don't miss that entry. All right, alerts are set up. Let me delete these old alerts. I have a lot of old alerts from last week. That one. All right, so these old alerts are, let me just get the rest of these. There's a whole bunch here. I just want my alerts window to be all filled up because we have too much to be looking at this morning. So I'm gonna take this off. All right, all of the old alerts have been taken off for the most part. So it looks good. All right, so I have my US 30 alert set up. So once we get that sell signal, I'll get the alert and I can pull up US 30. Otherwise, I can go ahead and analyze other pairs for you right now. So let's see if there's anything else before we get started. Hey, Hope, good morning. How many someone wants me to take a look at gold? So let me add that to the list over here. Amazon or XAU USD. See if there's anything else. Bitcoin wants me to take a look at your JPY. Hey, Wave, how's it going, bro? Morning. Morning, Byron. Morning, Mosima. Nice. Dejan just paid for FTMO. Congrats, dude. Let's get you funded. So let's hopefully we have a good 2 weeks, like moving forward from here. So that way you can pass FTMO within that amount of time. Dejan's probably going to be pretty quick, honestly. Let me see what the dates look like right now. I'm going to open up my calendar. Looks like, all right, cool. So this is the last week of January. Next week's going to be NFP. Generally, NFP is pretty good to us. We usually have a pretty profitable week for NFP. So I think this week we'll probably kick it off. It'll be the prep for NFP week. And then by next week, we should be able to have a ton of volatility to catch some moves. Wow, look at the spike up for US 30. So this US 30 is a little market just open. You know how I mentioned, guys, that the opening candle is usually pretty manipulated. Obviously, you can see here, it's a huge spike. It went from moving like barely at all to this huge spike in price just on open. So I think this is going to be a fake out move, guys. Looks like this might be a fake out move where it swings up and then it swings right back down. And this is why we don't take the opening candle, because the opening candle is always super manipulated, right? See how much it's moving compared to the other candles. And it's only been open for like a few seconds for this first candle. So we're going to go ahead and wait for this to actually play out. Once it's done playing out, we can start to analyze, how do we like to take this position. So we'll give it some time. It has about 8 minutes left. I think I'll go through the questions first before we focus too much on US 30. Let's see if there's any news yet on CNBC, anything in the Forex market as well. So let's see Forex market, look at the calendar. Looks like we just have some news coming up at 8:15 for the euro. The ECB president is going to be speaking. That's about on London close. Nothing really too important there. Let me check the news over here if there's anything important. So about 5 hours ago, there was some news for Euro USD. Other than that, I don't really see too much here. German IFO's economist. So they're pretty much saying that, because of the virus, obviously, with the new strain and stuff like that, they're expecting to have a stagnant Q1 for 2021 with little confidence overall for I guess the euro for the most part. So that might be good for us because then we can just short the euro, because the euro was weak last night, guys. If you guys were in the live session yesterday, we looked at all the euro pairs over here. Euro odd, we should have taken the sell right here. So we were thinking about taking this sell. We missed it. Actually, we can still take this sell if we wanted to. So maybe I'll call that trade for you guys. Let me see. Because all the euro pairs are pretty weak here, right? They're all pretty bearish. This euro NZD we looked at yesterday. I should have just called it, guys. We looked at this yesterday. I was going to call it. But for some reason I didn't. It would have hit full TP right there for 45 pips. So if you guys sat in on my live session last night, yeah, I think I just forgot to call it. That was my bad, guys, because I don't think I called it. But we did look at it. If you guys pull up the live session from last night, I did call this trade. Unfortunately, I didn't call the actual signal, so that's fine. But with that said, I think this is going to be a good entry. So let me I'll call this for you guys in the premium. I'll explain why I'm calling this trade shortly. So let me just go ahead and post this up real quick. Sell stop. TD. I don't know why I didn't call this last night. Or not this one, the Euro NZD, because the Euro NZD actually hit. So you guys can see this is how I call signals for the premium group. I use the same strategies that I teach you guys here and the same strategies that are taught in the course. So there's nothing different here. Everything that I'm doing here follows through with what I teach in the course, what I mentor when we have our one-on-one sessions. Pretty much, I teach you guys exactly what I do for my daily trading. So that's pretty much it for Euro odd. And I'll show you why I call this trade. So the reason why I call this trade was because we had a rejection off this point right here. So we have a nice rejection right here, right? It's a rejection at that point. We have a sell signal right here. And then we have price break and close past structure right here. So we have a rejection, a sell signal indicating that a bearish move is going to be happening soon. And then we have a confirmation right here as price breaks and closes past the structure. So what I anticipate to happen from this point is for price to come down and test this structure. On its way down, it would hit our full TP for 100 pips and count as a win for our trades. So right here, this is pretty much what I see happening for Euro odd. It's the same thing that happened over here. So you can see it just repeats itself, right? We have a rejection from this point, sell signal, break in structure, and what happens? It did exactly what I just identified right here, right? Same exact thing. You want to see what happened again right here, rejection, sell signal, break in structure right here, rejection, sell signal, break in structure, and then what happened? It pushed down a full TP right here to the next zone. So it's pretty much the same pattern repeating itself over and over again. Right here, we have the rejection, sell signal, break in structure, full TP down here, rejection, sell signal, break in structure, full TP right here. Again, same situation, rejection, sell signal, break in structure, waiting for that full TP right here as well. So that's pretty much what I see happening for Euro odd. I'm going to go ahead and set my alerts up for this position as well, so that we will get notified when our TPs get hit. So let me just set this up right there. TP 125. Here, 250. Here, full TP. It's that simple, guys. I mean, this is how I set up all my trades. This is how I call all the premium signals. So you guys don't even need my signals. Honestly, you guys can learn how to trade exactly how I do, and you guys can take all these trades on your own. A lot of people in K2 are, they're subscribed to the strategy, so they're able to identify this, and they don't necessarily wait for me to call signals. They identify these signals on their own, and when they see me call a signal, it's like full confirmation that their analysis was proper. So basically, right here, if we hit full TP, or if we hit TP1, that's around 1% profit. TP2 would be around 2% profit, and then obviously full TP over here would be about 3 to 5% profit, depending on what lot size you're taking. So regardless as to like which TP you hit, you're still going to make some sort of decent growth within your account. But yeah, I set up the alerts for this here. Everything looks good to go. Let me see if there's any other questions before I get started with the analysis. So let's see everything here real quick. Let's see. Yeah, so Byron wants me to take a look at gold. Byron, I'm going to look at gold for you, and Hami's on next. So I got you and Byron over here. Morning, Varun. Yeah, we're going to be taking US 30. We just haven't gotten that signal yet. Oh, wow. Look at this spike. So if you guys saw me when I was analyzing US 30 this morning, I mentioned that the opening candle has huge manipulation, right? And if this doesn't say manipulation to you, I don't know what will. Obviously, you can see price when market first opened, it was up like way up here, 500 pips or 600 pips. And now it dropped all the way back down. So it went all the way up here, and then it dropped from this point, a whole like 1,000 pips. So This is why we don't take the opening candle, because there's a huge amount of manipulation that happens on the opening candle. So yeah, everyone, we're gonna be taking the entry, but we're just waiting for it to close. We haven't had a signal yet, so we're gonna waiting for the signal after this one. This one doesn't count. See if there's anything else over here. Hey Cameron, morning. Yeah, definitely. Hey, what's up, Hyman? Well, Hyman's here, man. It's my barber, bro. If you guys need a haircut over here in Orange County, hit up Hyman. What's up, Hyman? Looks like Hyman's here. Who else is here? Delraj said, Shawn, are you still going to use the currency.com data over Onda? Yeah, Delraj, I'm still going to use currency.com because they have more accurate data. So I'm going to be using currency.com for US 30 still. I'm not sure what everyone else uses for UK 100, but I think they use currency.com as well. Hey, morning, John. How's it going, bro? So we're waiting for the signal to close out. This is probably not going to be the signal for us to make the entry from. But look, I'm going to take a scalp entry right here, though, because it looks like this would be a nice scalp. So I have my MT4 set up over here. I'm about to take a sell position for a scalp. I got about 46 seconds left on this clock. I'm going to take a scalp entry right here, guys. So if you guys want to take it with me, I'm probably not going to be able to call this as a signal because it's going to move too fast. But this is basically what I'm going to be taking for about a 500 pip move. I'm going to let this close out. And then I'm going to, wow, look at this drop right here. It's crazy. 20 seconds. I'm tempted to just enter right now. All right, so I actually just entered the position. So let me just, I just entered a small scalp, guys. So I'm scalping this right now. 30833. All right, so we have a sell signal now. 30833. I'm just gonna set my TP stop loss for this. Okay, so my stop loss is gonna be 30883. And my TP is gonna be 30783. All right, guys, so I'm in profit like pretty nice right now. Here's my scalp right here. I took a standard lot. I'm in profit 600 something. Whoa, okay. Well, I'm in profit. Let me just close this shit. Fuck. Oh my God, it's spiking like crazy right now. Okay, I was in profit. Okay, all right, I'm getting out. Shit, fuck that. Okay, guys, this shit's moving crazy. I locked in about a couple $100. If you guys saw my profits right there. This is moving too crazy for me right now. I don't want to hold into this because it might spike around back and forth. So I actually just scalped that real quick for a couple. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, I scalped it for about $300. So I got in and out of this trade real quick. I actually entered like way up here. I was hoping to catch it as it dropped down, but this is moving just way too fast, guys. I don't want to mess around with it because my stop loss is just too tight. So the market is moving pretty crazy right now, but we do have that sell signal right there. We're probably going to take it as it closes back down. I bitched that trade. That was my bad, guys. It was just moving too fast. I saw myself going profit like 700 and then it came back up and then it came back down. And it was just too crazy for me to handle right now with how the market's spiking around. Like I didn't want it to spike off. See, if I held it, I would have made way more profit. Damn it. It's all good. We're going to wait for the next one. Well, that was kind of a wake up call right now to start off our trading week. So it's going to hit full TP. Unfortunately, I didn't hold it. Yeah, man. I should have just held it. Look at that. Damn, look at that drop. All right, so whatever. I locked in like 300 profit. I was trying to lock in 500, or I locked in about 390, which is not too bad. You know, I'll take that. That's just slightly below what I would have taken if I was to take the full move. But yeah, I would have hit full TP. I would have made like about 1,000 something off this trade. Man, what a freaking down! What a downer! That thing moved crazy. Look at that. Damn. Okay, full TP. There's that scalp move right there. That was quick. That was really quick. So, and there we go. So a nice little scalp right there. I mean, it didn't hit full TP yet, but basically would have, and I closed out in profit. So you guys saw me take that trade really quick. I was in profit and I just closed it manually because it was spiking around so much. I was worried it was going to spike up because you know how it's moving right here. I was worried it was going to spike up and then hit stop loss and then come back down. So I closed out manually. I locked in about 390, which is not bad, you know, for a few seconds. And yeah, I'm out of the trade now. So we have this pending sell right here. If this closes, we'll take the full move. If it doesn't, then we'll wait for the next one. And if not, I'm gonna keep catching scalps as we continue. So I'll show you what I was looking for here, guys. So what I was looking for was a rejection off the pivots right here. So for example, we had the rejection off the pivots, right? This is like one of the confirmations that we have a rejection off the pivots right here. And then the second confirmation was that it rejected off the zone as well. So we had a double rejection right here. It's a double confluence, rejection off a zone plus rejection off a pivot, no body within the pivot. I took that sell from that point right here. And then I just scalped at 500 pips like really quick. Obviously I didn't catch the full move because I got scared because it was moving too fast. But I closed out at about like 20 pips, like right here, because it was spiking around. I didn't want to get caught in any like unusual movement. So I got out of the trade, out of the scalp, and now I'm looking for the full entry right here. We have about 5 minutes left on this candle. Once this closes, we can take it for the full 1500 pip move. And probably within that move, I'll probably continue to scalp it down here. I'm going to continue to see if there's any zones, which there isn't at this time, but I'll continue to start scalping it as it continues to move down. This is the pattern I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to reject off a pivot and reject off the structure right here. So for example, if we took this trade over here as well, this would have hit full TP as well, right? Because like I mentioned, we're going for a fixed profit of 500 pips. So if I took this position up here, which I didn't, unfortunately I did it, you know, we would have locked in 1,000 pips already within a few minutes. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for here. You know, other than that, we'll be looking at it. Nice. Cameron said, damn, son, just made 250 on that. Nice, Cameron, you killed it too, bro. This is what's good about the live sessions, because if you guys are here, you guys can catch me. You guys can see me catch these trades live, and as I call them out, you guys can just hop in with me, and you know, pretty much just set your parameters to 500 pips from your entry point, and just catch that ride as it comes down or as it comes up. So let me go ahead and see the other questions over here real quick before we continue on. Let's see what else is going on over here. Ruben said your barber must be making double money. Definitely. Jaime is over here trading and cutting hair all at the same time. Morning, Yadin. To lunch, you said, geez, yeah, nothing moved pretty quick. Flynn said, what lot size do you use for FTMO US30 cash? So Flynn, they moved to standard lots now. So instead of using 15 lots, I use 1.5 for the big move, and then I use a 10 lot for this move as well. I might just start using a standard lot, a one standard lot. So I might just move down to using standard lots from now on, guys, because since I'm scalping now, I need some cushion for these extra moves. So if I do take this trade right here, it's just going to be a standard, and I'm also going to be taking these little moves within it, which will be a standard as well. So let me go ahead and take a look if there's anything else here. Before we get started. Nice. So Matt said, good catch, boss. Yeah, definitely, man. Hopefully you guys caught that too. It looks like Cameron caught it. He locked in about 250, so that's good. Dejan said, oh yeah, Shawn, I think their MetaTrader variables may be different. It's only off by like 1 to 3 pips, Dejan, because I've looked at it before. So if I have this number over here, I mean, it's easy to just to do the math. So let me see if I can pull it up over here. So if you look at the price over here for MT4 and you look at the price for so I'm just gonna move this right here so you guys can see closer. If you look at the price for right here, currency.com, this is gonna be, what's gonna be 3,819. And then you're gonna subtract that by the, actually we'll subtract it from this number right here. So the number for FTMO is 3,826 or 25, I guess. Subtract that by 3,830. It's only off by like 5 pips. It's not a huge difference. It's like 55 or 50 pips, which is not going to make a huge difference, right? Before it was off by like 120 pips. So now it's only off by 5 pips. It doesn't make a big difference from FTMO versus currency.com. So that's why I'm not gonna change anything. We've been using currency.com this whole time, and it's been working pretty well. So there's no reason for us to go and change it if it's not gonna make a huge difference in price, right? Let me see if we pull this up over. So let me pull up US 30 over here, and I'll see what the price difference is for US 30 on Awanda. I don't think it's gonna be a huge difference either. So looking at this right here, I'll do the same thing I just did. So let me see, we have currency.com data, which is, or Awanda data, which is 30,822. Oh wait, fuck, price is moving too fast right now. Give me a second, guys. Price, wow, okay, it hit full TP, guys. So if you guys took that scalp entry and just held on to it, full TP right there. Looks like we're just waiting for the next one now. Or hold up, guys. Let me call the signal, actually. We have a minute left, and then I'll do that math for you guys. 1 second. All right. Let's see, we got our entry coming up right here. I'm going to take smaller lot sizes now, guys. Well, it's technically not small because I'm still taking a standard lot, but I'm not going to be taking the whole 1.5. Let me get this set up real quick. I'm all confused now because I got so much stuff open. All right. So let me just get this sell position ready. Got about 30 seconds left, guys. If this closes, then we'll take it. If not, then we'll wait for that next signal. Honestly, I don't care if we get the signal or not because I'm more interested in scalping now. Because look at this win right here. This is so easy, like smooth, no drawdown, straight to TP. All right, we got about 18 seconds. Let me just get the signal set up here. Let's see, US 30 sell. Just in case we do take this sell here. Because I know it might not like come out as fast as you guys want. Candle's about to close, no signal, so we're going to be looking for the next one. All right, I got the signal set up right here. Did the market just freeze? Hey guys, can you hear me? Sorry, it looks like we had some internet connectivity issues. Let me just refresh my windows real quick. I don't think that the candle closed, so we should be good. All right, yeah, so the candle didn't close, and we have another pending signal right here. All right, guys, so I'm back. I'm not sure if you guys heard anything I said earlier, but I mentioned that the full TP hit for the scalp move, and then I was saying that I'm probably gonna be more focused on taking these scalp moves rather than the full entries because they've been super profitable. So I have this set up right here. I also have the full entry over here as well, which I was going to take for a smaller lot size so I can scalp within it. And then we're going to go ahead and take a look at everything else as well. Perfect. Hey, Mercibal, morning, bro. Looks like I had some internet connectivity issues, guys. Sorry about that. I kind of froze up, I guess, within the last couple of minutes. But I was mentioning that we were waiting for this sell signal to close. It didn't close for the last one, so we'll be looking for this one right here. If and when this does close, we'll be taking that sell entry. I'll also be looking at some scalps here because we did take the scalp here. You guys saw me call it live, made a small profit of like 390 within a few minutes, or not even a few minutes, a few seconds, because I got scared and I pulled out of the trade because it was moving too fast. But I mean, profit's profit. I'll take that 390 to start off my trading week. So I think that's the first profit I have this week. We currently All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, it looks like I'm having internet connectivity issues. We're having a storm right here in California right now, so I think that's why the internet keeps going in and out. But I think I should be good now. So, can you guys hear me? Sorry, guys, I'm back. I think it should have refreshed right now. If you guys can confirm, if you guys can see me, that'd be great. But like I mentioned, we're having a storm here in California right now, so it's probably messing with the internet connections. All right, cool. So it looks like we're good. Let me go through the chat real quick, because I think I might have missed some stuff as I was looking right here. I'll go back to what I was mentioning earlier for US 30. We're just waiting for this to close right here with the signal. If it does, then we'll take this entry. If it doesn't, then we'll wait for the next one. So let me just go through the chat real quick. Yadin said you should have walked away, Shawn. I know if I walked away, I would have hit the full TP right here. Unfortunately, I didn't, but it's all good. I'm gonna wait for the next one. If you guys are just joining the room, I entered a short position right here, and whenever I scalp, I go for 500 pip target. It's just a set target for me, and it would have hit full TP here. But if you guys were watching the session, I got scared when it dropped in profit, because it dropped in profit to like about, I think, 200, 300 pips right here. And then it spiked back up. So when that happened, I closed out my position in profit. So I locked in about 390, but I could have locked in like 1,100. It's all good though. I mean, no worries. We're going to catch the next one. So I'll be looking for that. Let me see what other questions we have here so I can analyze anything that you guys have. Dejan said the 0.01 was about 29 cents max. So I'm going to see if this 10 mini lot is what he's supposed to use. Yeah, I think that should be good, Dejan. Because I think what you're using is, let me see, you have a $10,000 account. So if you're doing that, your lots can be, well, actually, no, you should use something smaller, Dejan, because if you're using a 10 lot, it's going to be 10 cents per pip. And then if you're taking actually, no, you're fine. I take that back. Actually, wait. No. Okay, so Dejan, if you're using a $10,000 account, I think your max loss is 500, right? So if your max loss is 500, it's gonna be $1 per pip. So if you do 1,000, 500 times $1, it's gonna be 1,500 pips risk if you're taking that lot size. So you're supposed to be taking a 0.01, or you can take something a little higher, maybe like a 0. Actually, I don't know if you could take a lot size that small, but if you do a 0.02, you could risk up to like $300. So that's probably your max lot size. You should use between a 0.01 and a 0.02. If you take anything too high, you're going to blow your account. You're going to fail your FTMO like before you even get started, because that risk is way too high. Don't use a 0.10 for your FTMO. You can only lose 500 before you lose the account. So let me see if there's anything else here. All right, Yadin wants me to take a look at UJ and EU. So let me add that to the list. It's USDJPY and Euro USD. Okay. Good morning, Lisa. Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm having bad internet connection, but I think I should be good now. See if there's anything else here. Hey, Mary, morning. All right, cool. Thanks everyone for fixing this right here. I think we should be good. Yeah, that's what I did right here, Varun. So you see the calculation I did right here? Calculation was a 0.2 times 1,500, which was 300. So yeah, that calculation was right for that. So Dejan, you should be using a 0.01 or a 0.02. If you use anything higher, it's going to be too high, and you're going to hit your max daily loss, which is 500, which I think that's a daily loss for FTMO, right? Pull it up. So it looks like for FTMO, you did the 10K count. Yeah, you can only lose 500 a day. So Dejan, you should only be using a 0.01 where you'll be risking 150, or a 0.02 where you'll be risking 300. Because, so here, I'll just write the numbers up here. I don't know the exact numbers. This is just an approximation. So this is going to be a FTMO US 30 cash. It's going to be for a one standard lot, it'll be a $10 per pip. If you're doing a 0.10 mini lot, it'll be $1 per pip. And if you're using a micro lot, it's going to be a 10 cents per pip. So if you're doing so for this 1500 pips times, $10 is going to be what is that, right? Sorry, I'm like super confused right now. I don't know if I'm confusing myself or if, because I swear US 30 here, let me just check real quick. I just took that US 30 trade anyway, so I can see how much I put into that. I was using a standard lot. Okay. All right, we have a pending sell right there for US 30. Sorry, guys, FTMO just changed their settings, so it's different now. I'm just trying to figure out what each pip costs. So I took a standard, or, oh shit. Okay, crap, that was my bad. I took a 10 lot actually, guys. So if you guys saw my trade that I just took, shit, no way. Dude, that's no wonder it was moving so crazy. Oh, that's fucking nuts. All right, so let me show you guys what I did. That was like my bad because I was using the old lot sizes. So right here, you can see the trade that I just took. I took a 10 lot instead of a 1 lot. So I made 290 off that trade after like fees and commissions, and that's why it was spiking up like crazy. Good thing I closed that trade. Oh man, I could have made so much more profit, but I also could have lost. I could have just blew my FTMO within that one trade. So let me see. I entered at 38.33, and I got out at 38.31, right? Okay, so yeah, I made about 20 pips off that trade, and I made 290 off that. So yeah, so like 20 times, I guess it's more than $10, right? Because if it was $10, I'd be making only 200, but it's got to be more than that. It's got to be, honestly, guys, I don't know. I can't break down the number because we're at like 290. So I'm assuming it was like probably like 1.5. So 15 times 20. Okay, that looks more about right. So I think now it's going to be $1 something per pip. So this is actually going to be a little more complicated than I thought, because I'm going to have to fix calculations here, because it seems like now the standard lot is about, I'm trying to think here. Standard lot's probably going to be about 15 per pip. So this would probably be like 1.5 per pip, and this would probably be 15 cents per pip. So wait, man, this just doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to figure out like, okay, so 1500 times $15. That's fucking way too high. There's no way that's the right thing. Okay, I think this is right, guys. So I think I was using the calculations a little off. It's 15 cents. And this would be even less than that. Okay, so this looks a lot more correct. So looking at this right here, we have 1.5 times 1500. Okay, that looks perfect right there. Okay, so a standard lot is probably going to be around this point. I'm just not sure what the yeah, okay, Varun. Yeah, so Varun is right. It's totally different now. So yeah, I just pulled up the chat right now. It looks like this is what it looks like. It is it's 1.5. It's $1.50 per pip for the standard lot, and then this is going to be, the mini lot's going to be 2,250. Okay, so we have to make some changes here, because obviously this is going to be way over risk when we start taking these trades. Pips. Wow, look, good thing we didn't take that sell, guys. Look at this spike up right here. Market's on crack this morning, as usual. $50 times 0.15 equals 1,500 pips times cents, which is going to be 225. And let's see. Here, let me see if this is right. Vernon said you're getting it wrong. So I just did a calculation on here though. So how is this? Let me see. So Vernon, you said that it's different, right? But look at this right here. So right here for this trade, I took a 10 standard lot, right? So I took a 10 standard lot. If you subtract the price, I entered at 30,833 minus my exit price was 38.31. So that was for 20 pips right there, right? So this is 20 pips. And if you multiply this a 10 lot, right, which should be $100 per pip, it's only 200. My profit was 290. So that doesn't make sense, the calculation that you're doing, Varun, because I actually took a trade. Did you take a trade on your FTMO yet to see like what the difference is? Because I took one right here. This is a 10 lot. This should be $100 per lot. If I only made 20 pips, I multiplied that by, or actually, okay, so let me redo this again. This is like confusing me because I'm not sure if this is a 2 pip or if it's a 20 pip. Because what happened here was I entered for like a few seconds and I made $300. So I'm not sure if that's counted as a 20 pip or if it's counted as something higher. Has anyone taken any trades on their new FTMO yet? Yeah, post a screenshot, Bruno, because I'm not sure if you took a trade already. Post up like your lot size for that specific trade, and then we can do the math from there. Because just looking at this here, it's just confusing for me. Because even if this was so if it's 20, even if it's 20 pips, so if we did 20 pips and it's $110 per pip, it's still a bit higher. You see, my profit's 290. So obviously it's worth more than $10 per pip. Yeah, I see the decimal right here. So it should be less than, right? Because like if we add a decimal to it, so like look, 30.83 times 90, or 0.90 minus my exit price was 38.31. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying right there. Oh no, okay, so Varun is right. Sorry, Varun. Varun is because when you add that, that's why it's there, and you multiply it by 10. It should be that times another 10 because we have this, and then because of the decimal points are over times another 10. That looks about right. So yeah, Varun is right on this one. So it's 2.9 pips. Okay. So thanks for clearing that up. Looks like we're all good now. So it looks like what Varun mentioned earlier, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just we move this over by a decimal point. So before, yeah, no, Varun's 100% right. So this is just $1 per pip, or yeah, $1 per pip, which would be 1,500. And for the mini lot, this would be 10 cents per pip. So this would be 1,500. This, man, I hate how like when FTMO changes this, because they had this, it was like this before, and then they changed it to the other one. I had to figure all that out. So 1,500 pips equals a penny per pip, I guess. So yeah. So this would be, is that right? $15. Yeah. So Varun got that right. So Varun, yeah. Good thing we were going over that while we were looking to trade, because we would get screwed if we took this sell right here, right? So good thing we didn't take that sell, or we wouldn't have taken it anyways because we didn't have a sell signal up here. But this might be setting up for another scalp entry actually. So let me fix this over here real quick, and then let's see what else is going on over here. All right, looks like I missed a lot of stuff here. So yeah, it looks like Cameron said, look at that spike up. Yeah, definitely. This thing kind of moved over like crazy. Yeah, so everyone's mentioning about the decimals. I wasn't looking at the decimals on here. So it looks like because the price for normal US 30, if you're trading the future like we were doing before, it was less than that, right? It was we don't have the decimals on here. So if you look at the price previously for FTMO as well, when it was on WS 30, it didn't have the decimal points, but now on FTMO it actually does have the decimal points. So just looking at it from this point over here, that's where the price is like way different because we have the decimal points, and now it's going to be like a 2.9, like how we had for this position right here that I took, versus the other one where we didn't have decimal points. So that's pretty much what it looks like there. Let me see if there's anything else here where we would continue. Okay, so Mercibal wants me to take a look at US dollar MXN. So we got Mercibal for USD MXN. And let me see if there's anything else here to look at before we continue on with that. Morning, Jeremy. Let's see if there's anything else here. Roman said, so 0.01 position with Shawn 150. Yeah, no, Roman. So going back to what I was marking up over here on the charts, if you're taking US 30, it's going to be measured as a normal lot size. So like if you're taking a standard lot, it's going to be, wait, why did this change? I thought I changed it back. Okay, there we go. So if a standard lot, it'll be $1 per pip, which, equivalent to 1,500 pips, it'd be a $1,500 risk. For a mini lot, it'd be a 10 cents per pip, so that'd be 150 risk. And for a micro lot 0.01, it'd be a penny per pip, which would equate to about 15 bucks for USD. So that's, I mean, it's settled right there. And I think we should be good on that. So let me see if there's anything else that we're looking at before we continue on real quick. David CEO, what I missed, just leaving kids' doctor's appointment. Yeah, not much, David. I took a scalp entry over here for US 30, and we made some nice profit off that. I took a small scalp entry right here, but I kind of got scared of this trade because it was moving too fast. But it would have hit full TP there for the people who did take it. I took it live. Cameron also took it. I think he locked in about 250 bucks. I locked in about 290 off that one. So that's pretty good. I think now we'll be we're still looking for that sell signal. So what might happen here is price might come up and then it might reject off this point. Once it does, we can take the, the sell entry as it comes back, or it might break through it. And then we can take a buy entry if it ends up breaking structure right here. So there's like two scenarios that can play out here, guys. Price can either reject off this point and then we can take the sell, or price can break structure right here. Then it could provide a false sell signal. And then if it provides a valid buy signal, we can take the buy right here. So we can literally take this in either direction, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens with the market and with price. If this ends up dropping though, let's see. So what we might be looking for is actually another scalp entry, right? So what could happen here, these are two different charts, guys. So this is my scalping chart right here. You can see from the top, this is just for scalping and this is for the daily entry. So what could happen here on the scalping chart is price can push up, probably not on this candle, but maybe the next candle. And then if it rejects off this structure with a nice wick like it did right here, if we wick off this structure and wick off the pivot, then we could take another scalp entry for a sell. But I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see how this plays out. Obviously, I'm not gonna jump the gun and just jump into trades right away because it's too risky. But I mean, this is basically what we'll be looking for as we wait for this to continue moving forward. So let me check out the list right here. We have a couple questions already. We have gold for Hamizan and Byron. We have EJ for Bitcoin. We have UJ and EU for Yadin. And then we have USD MXN for Mercibal. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if there's any more questions in the chat before we continue on. And then I'll get through with these analyses here. So if you guys have any other questions, just put them in the chat. I'll add you guys to the list and then we'll continue moving forward after I look at these first pairs here. Also, if you guys haven't already, if you guys can like the stream and if you guys would like, just follow the YouTube page. That way you guys can sit in on all of my mentoring sessions, because I usually don't post a link for the mentoring sessions, but if you guys are subscribe to the YouTube channel, YouTube will send you guys an email whenever I go live, which is a couple times a day. I go live about 5 times a day. And I hold mentoring sessions where you guys can sit in and watch me mentor people one-on-one. So that's about it for here real quick. Let me see if there's anything else that I need to look at before we start. All right, so Cameron wants me to take a look at Bitcoin. So I'll take a look at Bitcoin and see if there's anything else here. All right, so I think that's it. So we figured out the whole issue with the new US30 valuation on FTMO, because we moved from WS30 to US30.cash, and it's just measured as normal lots now. It's not measured as mini lots anymore. It's measured as normal lots. So I'm going to go down the list real quick and see what we have here. BTC USD. So first off, we're going to look at gold. XAU USD for Hemizon and Byron. Then we have Euro JPY for Bitcoin. Then we have USD JPY and Euro USD for Yadin. Then we have USD MXN for Merciba, and then Bitcoin USD for Cameron. So that's pretty much all we have on the list this morning. If you guys have anything you want me to analyze, just put it in the chat, and then I can pull up any pair that you guys want me to analyze. Other than that, I'll be watching US30 as we continue to analyze pairs for the daily entry. What we're looking for right here is a sell signal, because the most recent signal was a buy signal right here, right? So what I kind of see happening is I probably see this rejecting off this point and then providing a sell signal where we can write it down in this direction. But until we get that sell signal, we're not going to take the trade. Other than that, I might be looking for some scalps as well. So I'll keep bouncing between this scalp window and the main window, where I'm going to be analyzing pairs in order to identify any scalps if you guys want to take some scalps with me. So I think that's about it for now, guys. Let me go ahead and see this real quick. Oh, wait. Okay, damn, this is crazy. So let me pull up. Okay, I didn't realize that it took it on my other FTMO account too. So actually on my other FTMO, it actually closed me out at like 600 profit. So I made some pretty nice profit this morning already. So yeah, I made 290 on the other account, and I'll just do this later. I don't need to show you guys right now because it's not really important, but I'll show you guys the profits for that account later. I'm just looking right now at my copier because I have my trades copying over. I started this other account after getting paid out, and I'm in profit 579 from that. So that was a really nice scalp actually. So let me go ahead and continue on with this. The first thing that we have on the list is gold. So let me pull up gold for you guys. I analyzed it last night, and then we'll see how it played out into the day. So let's see. Merciba also wants me to take a look at NASDAQ 100. So Merciba, NASDAQ 100. All right. So it looks like we have a pretty nice list of pairs to look at today. So first off, we're going to look at gold. Let me pull up gold real quick. Gold right here. Okay, perfect. So this is exactly what I said was going to happen, right? So we were talking about this last night, and I mentioned that they were going to push price up slightly. It's like, so whoever was here last night during my live session, I mentioned that it was going sideways, and I said that the market makers were going to push price slightly up and then dump it, right? And that's exactly what happened. There, the problem with this is that there's so many buyers for gold. So look, if we look at the IG sentiment, so I can pull this up here. IG sentiment for gold. Let's see how much it's changed since last night. So wow, okay. So the retail traders just moved a little bit. I think it's still around the same area. It's above 80%. So what happened here was they stopped people out basically, right? They let price go sideways, then they spike price up like super heavy right here, and then they stop people out. Because if you look at this right here, if people are earning long positions up here, this is it's a 145 pip drop. So I'm sure most of you guys don't have that big of a stop loss for US for gold. And if that's the case, if you took a buy position like up here, because what happens here is they try to fake people out, right? They push price up slightly so that people hop into the trade because they're like, oh, it's going to be a huge bullish move, right? So like right here, or actually look at this right here. So if you're looking at gold right here, last night we were looking at it. I mentioned they were going to spike price up and then they were going to dump it, right? Because what happens is the market makers and institutions, they want to give some people some they want to give them hope, right? They're going to, because there's so many people here that are long. So what happens is they spike price up slightly like they did right here. Look at this huge spike, guys. It spiked up about 132 pips. So at this point, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to enter some buy positions because they think it's going to be pushing up, right? Because if you look at basic price action right here, like not even using the indicators, this is how they trick people in these trades. They have, it's a low, a high, higher low, higher high, higher low. What do you think? Obviously, people think price is going to go up, right? So if you see price break structure right here, what do people do? They enter a long position right here, right? And what happens is they put their stop loss below like the next structure. So right here is where their stop loss is, right? About 450 pips, 400 to 500 pips around there, right? This is generally what people do. What happened after this? They spiked price down to stop everyone out. This is why I told everyone not to trade gold, because it's going to be highly manipulated right now. So what happened right there? Next candle, it ended up spiking all the way down here. So this is what happened. This was a stop loss run. Some people have their stop loss set right there at this structure. Some people have it stopped at this structure as well. So whoever was in this trade for a buy right here, they would have gone stopped out here. They also would have gone stopped out here. And they might even keep pushing price all the way down here to touch this structure to pretty much wipe out whoever else is still in this trade, right? They're trying to kick people out of this trade and shake out the long positions. And then what they do is they end up buying it back. So right here, they spike price down. They end up stopping everybody out. As soon as all these people are stopped out, they buy back the position and then they spike it right back up. So they make money in both ways. They spike people out in this direction. And then right here, this is obviously going to, if you see this right here, like a normal price action trader, they're going to see this as a bearish candle, right? A strong bearish candle. So they're going to enter a sell right here. Their stop loss is going to be right here, and stop loss is going to be up here for two different sets of people, and they're probably going to spike price all the way up here again to stop all these people out. So I personally wouldn't trade gold right now for this specific reason. Obviously, you can see here it's being manipulated like pretty heavily. You can see that they did the same thing last week right here. They're trying to lure people in for some long positions, and they spike price down like 226 pips. That's a lot of pips for it to spike down. Again, same situation right here. This is a huge spike. If you entered from the high, say if you entered up here, this would just spike down about 177 pips. So this is why I personally wouldn't mess with gold, because it's just too risky of an asset to really mess with. Unless you could have a huge stop loss, odds are you're gonna keep getting stopped out in both directions, because obviously, people usually don't have over 100 pip stop loss for gold, right? So the thing is, if this spikes up and down, you're just going to keep getting kicked out. Because like, for example, here, these smaller candles are only about 700 pips, or 75 pips, actually, sorry. This is like 75 pips. It goes from moving 50 pips, or like 40 pips to 50 pips to 60 pips to 70 pips, all the way to like 200 pips right here, and then 200 pips in the other direction. So I personally wouldn't trade gold. What I see happening for gold is the same analysis that I had yesterday. I'll go ahead and redraw the zones for you guys, for the new people here. So here's a naked chart right here. The first thing I do after having this naked chart right here is I go ahead and draw my zone. So first off, I'm gonna turn on my K2SR indicator. I have my zones on the chart right there. And then I'm gonna go ahead and draw my zones right over them. So right here, we have that zone. Right here, we have this zone. Right here, we have this one as well. So we actually have a bunch of small zones right here. I'll just draw one big one for this one right here. I could probably connect these zones over here. So I'm probably gonna connect these together because they're pretty close. Or actually, no, we'll just do a big one right there. So looking at gold right here, I've drawn the zones. Turn this on right here, the K2SR. Obviously we have, or the momentum indicator actually. So price is obviously ranging within these two zones right here, right? From this area to this area down here. So you're probably gonna see a lot of whipsaws as price bouncing back and forth right here. I personally wouldn't take any long positions until price closes like up here, or even better, way up here. Because you can see the last time price closed above that area right over here. So here's an example. Same strategy I've been going over with you guys every single day. Rejection from that point, buy signal, break in structure, shot to the moon right there, right? For how many pips? Let's see, from this point, if you took this trade up here, you would have locked in 430 pips. Pretty nice, right? So again, same situation right here. I mean, obviously this is a late entry, so this is a rejection from this point. Buy signal right here. I would wait for it to either close right here, so you can catch this right up right here from this point. This would be from this structure to this structure right here for about 125 pips. If it pushed up even higher right here, then we could probably catch this for a bigger move in this direction as well. Because the last time it moved up that high, it was about 560 pips. And, you know, we could probably see that again. So I would either wait for price to close above here or price to close below here, because you can see the last time the price broke structure right here, it's the same strategy, guys. It's the same thing for longs and it's the same thing for shorts. So like, for example, here, rejection off this point, sell signal right there, breaking structure right there. What happens from that point? It drops all the way down here for a gain of about 400 pips, right? So you can take this in either direction. You just need to wait for that confirmation for price to either break way below here or way above there. But once you guys have that confirmation, you'll be able to catch this for a really nice move. You know, it's all about patience. Obviously, there's so many people that are long for gold right now. So the problem with this on gold is that it's going to be manipulated until price either breaks above or below this this range. Because you can see right here, it did the same thing. It went into a range. It just bounced it back and forth until it broke above here. Once it broke above here, it shot up higher. Vice versa, it was ranging around here as well. Once it broke below here, then it continued down further as well. So pretty much for gold right here, I would just wait and hold off on it before, you know, taking this trade, because there's just, I mean, they can push price in either direction. Obviously, you know, long term it's going to go bullish, but they're not just going to push price up like super bullish so that everyone can make money, because there's so many people here that are long. What they want to do first is they want to push these people out, right? They want to push these people out so the institutions can take positions in the long position and actually push it up. Because obviously if they push price up, they're not going to make money off these people. They need to kick them out of the trade first and pretty much take over their position. So they need to push price down, stop them out. And then at that point, they'll push you back up and they'll make money off that trade both ways. So that's kind of what I see happening for gold right here. Talanji is asking, what's the odds of US 30 reverses and starts going back up? So let me go ahead and take a look at that real quick. But this is my analysis for gold right here. Like I mentioned, it's just going to range within this this zone and this zone down here, which would be 1875 and 1817 down here before it ends up pushing, you know, either above here or below here. So that's pretty much my analysis for gold. I'll keep analyzing this throughout the week and we'll see how it plays out. But this is basically what I see happening. If it breaks above here, it's going to go higher. If it breaks below here, it's going to go lower. Other than that, all right, cool. So check this out right here. This might be a scalp entry. So if this ends up closing below the structure, actually, it doesn't even close below the structure. This would be a decent sell entry right here. So I'm actually going to scalp this again, guys, if you guys want to take it with me. Let's get this marked up right here. Yeah, so it's rejecting off the structure right here on my normal chart, and it's also rejecting off the pivot and the structure on my other chart as well. So I think it's going to come back down right here. Let me get my sell position ready. Make sure I take the proper lot size this time, not a 10 lot. All right. So I'm waiting for this close. I got about 2 minutes left on this candle. Let me tie this right here. All right, so this is a better picture of like what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the rejection off the pivot, and I'm looking for the rejection off the zone as well. So it provides for a double confirmation. The main thing is the body can't close within the pivot. It's fine if it's within the structure right here for the zone. It's just it can't close within the pivot. So I'm just waiting for this to close. I have a market order ready and set for my FTMO right here. You know, obviously you can see right here on my chart, I have it ready and set up. Once it closes, if it closes like how it is right here and this body doesn't touch the pivot, then I'm going to enter a market sell right here for a standard lot. So I have that set up right there. We have about a minute left on this candle. I'm just going to watch it, and then I'm going to take the trade. Once I take the trade, I'll share it with you guys, and then we'll see, you know, how it plays out from there. All right, we got a little bit less than a minute left. I guess we can sit tight and just wait for that. Man, I got this ring light right here, guys. This new ring light, it freaking hurts my eyes. It's making my eyes like super dry. All right, we got 40 seconds left. Man, look at this push up. All right, we'll see how this closes out, man. This is moving pretty crazy today. It's moving really fast compared to like what I was expecting. I was expecting like a slow move in the morning and then a bigger move as we got throughout the session, but it's been moving pretty consistently throughout the morning. All right, so I just need to wait for this to close. I'm hoping it closes a little bit lower because it's kind of too high right now. I feel like the higher it is, the riskier it'll be. So let's see, we got about 10 seconds left on this. We got 6 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. So, fuck, dude. Man, I hate MT4, dude. What the hell? It said I had connection lost. So let me just reconnect on here again. Okay, maybe it was a good thing that I didn't take it because it's like pushing up higher. I still want to scalp it though, so let me see. Yeah, so I'm in the trade right now, guys. I took the scalp. Let me see where my price is. So my price was at 30914. I'm just gonna round it down. I'm gonna set my TP stop loss. It's currently in some drawdown right now. Slightly, it's moving into profit as we speak. So my stop loss is 330,964. I'm in profit. Oh, it's looking good. Okay, yeah. So we got 330,864 for that. I'm in profit right now, about 30 bucks. What the fuck? Why isn't it working? 14. 0914. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'm letting it run right now, guys. Yeah, it's currently in profit. Let's see if I can show you guys. I'll show you guys in a little bit. I'll just let it run. So I have this pretty much set up right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this to where that candle closed, or I'll just leave it at that point. So we have this right here. I'm gonna set this for the TP. Have an alert right there. TP US 30. US 30 scalp. So I'm just pretty much setting and forgetting, guys. I'm not playing with it at all. I'm just letting it run to full TP. Now that I took proper lot size, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just gonna let it run this time. Because last time I took a 10 lot, so obviously you can see why I freaked out. I took way too big of a lot size, so it was just spiking around like crazy. So I took the sell right here. If this candle closes, it might provide for another sell entry. So I might double up on my position if this ends up closing. Because, you know, what we're looking for here, if you guys remember what I'm looking for a rejection off the pivot and looking for a rejection off the zone for a double confirmation. So if this closes right here, I'll probably take a second entry. So I'll probably just keep watching this for a bit, and then I'll see what other questions we have as we continue on forward. But I'll show you guys my profits later, like once we actually lock in something, because I'm letting it run. I'm pretty much just letting it run to full TP or stop loss. But it's currently in profit. So I got that running right now. Let's see what else is going on over here real quick before we get started with the next pair to analyze. So I think the next pair that we have on the list is going to be Euro JPY for Bitcoin. So we went over gold for Hamizan and Byron. Next up, we're going to be looking at Euro JPY for Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is a name. It's not, I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I'm just talking about his name here on YouTube. So, all right, we looked at gold right here. Next, we're going to take a look at Euro JPY. Let me see, Euro JPY. I'll try to analyze it really quick before going back to US 30 over here. We have about 6 minutes left on that candle. So looking at this right here, I'm gonna delete everything off the chart. I'm I'm gonna turn on, zoom out from this point. There's our naked chart. I'm gonna turn on the K2SR indicator right here. And from this point, we will draw this up. So let's see what we got here. All right, it's good. It's good right there. Man, it looks like EJ's been messy like for the past, I don't even know how long, but it just looks super messy because of all the zones. They're kind of all over the place. So just looking at gold right here, I mean, not gold, sorry, EJ, Euro JPY. We have our zones drawn up there. So you can see from zooming out, they line up pretty nicely. I'm going to turn on the momentum indicator now. You know, I could just draw one big zone right here. Let me just do that real quick because this is like way too messy within this area. It can be better to just draw one big zone to cover this whole area up right here. So let me turn this back on right here. Let's draw one big zone. All right, there we go. So it's way nicer after doing that right there, right? This looks like a range, push up, come back down, push up, come back down right here. And then now it's dropping from this point. I'm gonna turn on the momentum indicator right here. We have a sell signal right here. So looking at this right here, this lines up for a nice setup for this specific position. So like right here, we have the rejection. Right here, we have the sell signal. Right here, we have the break and possible close outside structure. So if this happens right here and this closes, then we can take a short position down to the next structure right there. Check this out real quick. Nice. All right. So, sorry, guys. I'm just checking on my US 30 right here. That's pretty nice in profit. This same pattern right here played out over here, right? It's the same exact thing. You can see from this point, I mean, it's played out a lot of times. It's played out up here. So it started up here, rejection, sell signal, breaking structure over here. And then it comes down to test this structure down here, right? So that's basically what happened there. Same situation, rejection, sell signal, breaking structure where it closes below here. And then what happened from that point? It dropped all the way down here. So what do you think is going to happen here? Same pattern, right? Rejection, sell signal, breaking structure. Once that happens, what do you think is going to happen? Price is going to come down, test structure right here, and then hit our full TP as it makes its way down. So I'm going to add this to the watch list. So I'm going to be looking at this as price continues, and I'm probably going to take that as well. There we go. Nice. US 30 is dropping super nice right here. Let me see. I'm in profit about 150, about 200. So if this closes in 3 minutes, I'm going to stack on another position onto my scalp, and then just pretty much just let them run, guys. So I'm like, man, I've been killing with scalping, guys. So I'm probably gonna be more focused on scalping now than the actual position, but I'm still going to be looking for the actual position as well. So I have this set up right here. If this closes, I'm going to take a second position and I'm going to write it down two ways. So we have about 3 minutes left on there, but looking at Euro JPY right here for Bitcoin, this is pretty much what I see happening. You know, it's the same pattern repeating itself. It's happened 3 times already. And then this would be, or it happened 2 times already. This would be the 3rd time. We would just need price to close below the structure. If it doesn't close below the structure, there's no entry. But if it does, then there's an entry. So that's pretty much what we'll be looking for over here as well, as we continue down with this specific pair. So I'd wait for this to close in the next 2 hours. If it closes, we'll take it. If it doesn't, then we'll hold off on it. But this is pretty much what I see happening here for Euro JPY. Obviously, I have a bearish bias, and I'm waiting for that confirmation before I take it. So that's pretty much it for Euro JPY right there. Let me go ahead and see what we have next. All right, so we have UJ for Yadin, also Euro USD for Yadin. Then we have USD MXN for Mercibot. Then we have Bitcoin USD for Cameron, and then NASDAQ 100 for Mercibot. So if you guys have any other questions, put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to keep looking for trades, and I'm also going to be looking for this second entry as well. We have about 1 minute left on this candle. So I'm going to wait for this candle to close before I move forward, because I'm going to be entering a second scalp position on this as it continues to drop further. So let me just add a second one right here. So I have 2 scalp positions pending. Let's see, waiting for this close. We got about 1:20 left. Once it closes, we can take the position and we can continue on. All All right, just waiting for this to keep pushing. And US 30 is like, it's literally kind of like all over the place right now because it keeps bouncing back and forth. But if this closes right here, so we have the rejection off the pivot, we have the rejection off the zone as well. So it's a double confirmation. That's pretty much what we're waiting for this position over here. All right. We got about 30 seconds left on this candle. If this closes, I'm going to take another sell position and I'll have two scalps running alongside each other. All right, we got about 20 seconds left. Got about 15 seconds left. About 10 seconds. Let me see how this closes right here. Getting ready to enter this market sell. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. And I'm in the trade. So I've got two positions running now. For this one over here, my entry was at about 309.06. So I entered that right there. All right, cool. So I'm in this position now for two scalps. I'm in profit about 300 bucks. It's not bad at all. I'm gonna go and enter this on my MT4 and get this set up right here. So no stop loss TP for this one. My stop loss is 30956. This right here is going to be 30856. All right, got my TP stop loss set up. Should be good. Let me just update this again right here because this is going to be position one. Scalp number one. All right, I got two active positions running for my scalp right here. Wow, looks nice. Okay, let's go. Looks real nice. Scalp number two, full TP. All right, so I got two positions running for US 30 right now. Obviously, there's my alerts for TPs down here. And then I just have a staggered position right here. It's double staggered position. And we'll see how it plays out. I'm in profit for both right now. It's both looking nice. Other than that, I'll keep looking at these other pairs here so I don't have to go and worry about this too much. We're still looking for the sell signal here as well for our US 30 entry. So if we get that sell signal, then we can take it. Otherwise we will continue on and just keep waiting. So that's pretty much it for right now, guys. Let me see what else we have here in the chat before I continue on forward. Here, let's see over here real quick. Yeah, thanks, Varun. So the parameters for US 30 for FTMO are very similar now. They're not very off. So they're only off by like 1 or 2 pips. So you should be fine. Yeah, other than that, I think we're pretty much good for the most part. So I got everything set up right there. Let's see what else we got left on this over here as well. So Radomir wants me to go over the US 30 scalping criteria. So let me just, so here, Radomir, US 30 scalp strategy. So I'll go over that in a little bit. I'm not going to be too detailed about it. Radomir, I'm going to go over the basics of what I'm looking for that specific entry. Other than that, it's a very simple strategy. I've been using it a lot lately. I've been making way more profit from scalping rather than just waiting for this big move here. Because like for these two entries right here, I could lock in 500 or 1,000 pips. That's going to be, enough to cover pretty much this full move here, more than half. So it's dropping down pretty nice. If they both hit, I'll give you guys the update and I'll show you guys a profit as well. So let me see what else is going on over here. Dejan said nothing better than trading in the middle class. Middle of class. Nice, nice. Yeah, I forgot you guys are back in school. Peter said, I wish US 30 would go back to moving normal like last summer. Yeah, exactly, Peter, right? It's just moving all over the place, but I think eventually it's going to move back to normal, especially now that, Trump's out of the house. We're not going to have those random tweets screwing up our positions. So other than that, guys, let me continue. Skills Trade said no more separate parameters. Thank God, good riddance. It should have never been that confusing to begin with. Exactly, Skills Trade. I agree. The only difference is we're going to be rounding numbers now because they use whole numbers for currency.com, but then they use there's like smaller micro pips or nano pips for FTMO, which is not going to make a huge difference. We're just going to round it up slightly. So let me see if there's anything else here for us to look at before I continue on. Our next questions here, we have USD JPY and Euro USD for Yadin. We have USD MXN for Mersaba, Bitcoin USD for Cameron, NASDAQ 100 for Mersaba, and the US 30 scalping strategy, which I've been applying, which I'm going to explain for Radomir in a few as well. So if you guys have any other questions, put them in the chat. Otherwise, we will continue on with this analysis. So just another reminder, guys, if you guys haven't already, if you guys can go ahead and like the stream and follow the K² Trades YouTube channel, that'll definitely help us continue growing this channel. And I'll continue to keep going on these live streams with you guys every morning so you guys can catch these scalps with me, right? You guys don't have to be part of K² to join this. I do this completely free. So if you guys want to help support the channel and you guys want me to continue coming on here to give you these free wins, just go ahead and like the stream, because obviously if we don't have enough growth for this channel, I'm just going to keep this to the premium members and it's not going to be open to the public. But if we do have growth within this channel, I'll continue to come on live for you guys and give you guys, free advice and free trades every morning. So that's about it, guys. Let me go ahead and analyze the next pair. We have USD JPY for Yadin. So let me go ahead and look up USD JPY. Oh, and another thing. So some people are asking me how to learn the strategy. So I haven't taught this strategy just yet, but there's a bunch of other strategies that you can learn. And if you guys want these indicators here to help you guys, take these trades, because obviously you need the K2 indicators to identify these zones on the chart to have that, sniper entry. If you guys want that, it's available to you guys. Just go on our website, k2trades.com. And then if you guys want access to the indicators and everything, just click on K2 Strategies course up here, and then you should be able to sign up right there for either the strategies or for the signals if you guys just want to copy my trades. Other than that, I think that's about it. It looks great right here. Let's see how much profit I got right now. Wow, okay, I'm in profit. Pretty nice. So let me show you guys real quick if I can pull this over. Let me see if I can pull this over real quick. Yeah, so for those two scalps right now, I'm in profit about 251, which is not bad. If you guys took this trade with me on the live, you guys would be in profit enough to cover your subscription for quite some time. So that's what we have running right now. We're also waiting for this entry over here to provide the sell signal. But until then, we're going to be hanging on to our scalps meanwhile. Other than that, let me go to UJ real quick. So I'm going to take a look at this for Yadin. I'm going to zoom out from this, delete everything off the chart. And we've got a naked chart there. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the K2SR indicator to identify these zones. I'm going to go ahead and draw these zones. And this indicator is available to you guys as well. If you guys have access to the K2 strategies where the indicators are included. So you'll be able to identify the specific zones on the chart. And let me see if there's anything else here. So connect this big one right here. Then we have this right here, this down here, and this down here. Once we have these all lined up, we can turn off the K2SR indicator to clean up the charts. And then you can see from this point, it is looking good. So from right here, we have these zones that have been drawn up from the chart. You can see these zones pull back pretty far. They go all the way back to February. So price is currently within the zone right here. The last time it was in the zone was back in November, again in September, again in July. And then where it was like in this actual price point was back in March of 2020. So this can be an indicator of what's going to happen next, right? Because if price came down to the same exact zoned area in the past back in March, see when it rejected off this point and shot all the way up, what do you think is going to happen here? It's probably going to do the same thing. Nice, full TP for one. All right, cool. Locked in about 500 off that trade. You guys saw me take that live. I'll show you guys my profits right now. Whew, come on, let me get that TP too. Let me get the other one. Come on, let me get the other one. Okay, I want the other one too. Come on, fuck that. I'm gonna close this trade out. All right, I'm not playing with you today. US 30, played too many games. All right, I'm out of the trade. All right, whoa, okay, cool. So I locked in some nice profit off those two trades. All right, All right, all right. So let me show you guys what I made right now. I took these trades live with you guys, right? So you guys saw exactly what I made. 290 this morning, 519 right now, another 423. 3 positions, full TP. I mean, this didn't hit full TP, but basically it did because look how close it is. So that was a nice, some nice scalps this morning, guys. Oh, look at that, full TP. Oh man, I should have held it. Yeah, it was my bad. Fuck. Okay, well, whatever. I still locked in some nice money right here. This morning, I took that first scalp 290, second scalp 519, third scalp 423. Fuck me, man. I should have just held on to that trade, but I got scared. What the fuck? Oh man. So okay, there we go. With that, easy as that, guys. You guys saw me. I literally called these live with you guys, and I took them on my account, and I showed you guys what was going on. I don't know how more transparent I could be, but yeah. So like, check that out. See if you if you guys like this stream, I'll continue to keep coming on and showing you guys these trades. But man, what a game changer! I pretty much took. I made my money already for today's live entry, right? Because I mean that was all I really needed. So this would have covered, I mean, basically today's live entry because live entry today would have been 1,500. Oh, there we go. And then we have the live entry coming as well. Damn, man, that's gonna be some double wins right here. I feel so stupid. Why did I close the trade? I was too scared. But all right, so we're good with that. Let me see if there's any other zones right here. No, we're good. Same zones. So looks good right there. Full TPs on both. We'll see happen over here as well. Is if price comes back up to this area and then rejects off the zone again, then we'll take another sell entry. So, man, what a relief. I was tripping for a second, waiting if that was going to happen. So if I add this up, 290 plus 519 plus 423. All right, I'm up 1,200 this morning just from scalping with you guys. Man, I just find it hilarious, guys, because that happens so fast. All right, so whatever. Let's move on to the next one. If we have another entry, I'll take that one as well. And I told you guys, I'm ready to make some money, guys. I'm here to make some money this week. Not playing with this. So we're good on that right there. I'm happy. Hopefully you guys are happy. I'm trying to catch this next one. So we have that right there. We have this pending sell. So we might take this for the full entry. Guys, I don't know if I'm really going to be, I mean, it doesn't matter because this is a good trade. I might take this for a smaller lot size now because these scalp entries are crazy, guys. I make this so much money off this. Like you saw me right here. I made 1,200 this morning with you guys. I've only been on live with you guys for about an hour. So we on. Oh, nice. So Dijon said, laugh master. I don't feel silly, Shawn. I closed both of mines as you closed yours, 101 in profit. Nice, nice. Lisa over here, all blue. Nice, awesome, guys. That's perfect. Perfect, guys. What a great way to start a trading week. I'm up 1,200 off this. I'm up like another trade from yesterday, a little more. Not bad at all. Oh, let me check this out real quick too. Nice, nice. All right, cool. My other FTMO is like looking real freaking good right now. Let me just check this out real quick. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so I took it on both my FTMOs. I'm actually up. So for one account, I'm up. Let me just do the math quick. For the first account, I'm up 1,143.78. And then for the other one, I'm up 1,569.74. Okay, nice. So I'm in profit 2,713 this morning. That's not bad at all. Start off my trading week. If I was going to take my FTMO withdrawal, 70% of that, my take home would still be about 2,000. So I'm not complaining about that at all. All right, cool. So let's keep going, guys. I want another win. So let's see if that plays out. Obviously, we don't have the sell signal here. We have about 7 minutes left on this candle. Other than that, I'll be waiting for that next entry right here. So I'm just waiting for that to push back up, reject off the pivot, reject off the structure, and then we'll go for another hit. So that's it for that. Sorry guys, I got so off track. I think I was still analyzing UJ, right, for Yadin. So back to UJ over here. Let me just go through the chat real quick, and then we'll continue on with this over here. All right, so let me see if there's anything else here before we continue on forward. David said, hit that motherfucking like button. What's the second TP? Sorry, David. We already hit TP for both of them. it was like right below, it was like a little bit above where price currently is right now. So let me see if there's anything else before we, yeah, Lisa. So a standard lot is $10 per pip. Oh, no. So for US 30, if you're trading US 30, it's gonna be $1 per pip for a standard lot, because the the measurements are different compared to Forex. So you just move the decimal over by 1. Skillustrate said he's only taken scalp so far today because we haven't received a sell signal yet. Exactly. This is probably going to provide right here shortly. Let's see. Varun said both CPs were hit on the scalp. Definitely. Yeah, they all hit. Peter said Shawn is the GOAT. J Kick said GOAT. Definitely, guys. Thanks. Talani said he appreciates you, bro. Game changing. Definitely. Glad you guys are making money this morning. Skillustrate said this looks like it beats the morning US 30 play. Exactly, Skillustrate, right? And the cool thing about this is that you can apply this all day. Like, look at all these entries right here. There's another entry that I took over here too. I think it was this one. Locked in another win right there. And then there was a couple more over here as well. So I'll go over that strategy later, guys. You know, for you guys that are K2 members, because you guys have the indicators, so you guys can easily apply this on your own time. But I've literally been applying this all day, guys. Like, I'm getting my car wrapped this week finally, so that's why I'm gonna be home like all day for the next week. So I'm gonna be scalping literally all day, guys. I might even just hold a live session all day and just keep making more money from scalping. Because it's proven to be crazy beneficial. You know, I originally was a scalper. You guys saw me make like, you know, $10,000, $13,000 days before, and that was because I would scalp all day, right? The only thing is I didn't want to be on the computer all day, so that's why I stopped scalping. But this thing pays real nice, so I'm probably gonna keep scalping to pay for that wrap, because you guys don't want to know how much that wrap costs. It's expensive. But yeah, so by Friday I'll have my car wrapped. I'll show you guys. I know everyone's been asking for it. What happened was the shop that was wrapping my car, they all got COVID last week, so they couldn't work. And that's why I had to take my car back. But this week it should be done after I drop it off after this session. So let me see if there's anything else here before we continue. Nice. Yeah. So Cameron said, bro, let's go. Tam said, I held and got both. Let's go. Yeah, definitely. So everyone made some nice profit this morning. Nice. Deswell hit it as well. Some nice profit. Lisa said all blue. It's awesome, man. Cameron said, bro, you're insane. Matt said, real genius. Guys, only 44 likes. Show some love, guys. Yeah, if you guys haven't liked the stream, you guys can, like, if you guys do like the stream, I'll continue to go on live for you guys every morning, and then we can keep making money together. You know, otherwise I'm gonna have to close this off to the premium members, because obviously they're gonna get priority over this specific strategy. So let me see what else we got over here. Matt said, show some love, guys. Yeah, definitely. Dejan said, damn, low-key wish I took that on FTMO. Would have been great. Exactly. Nice. So Gage said, caught $300 on your scalp. Seriously crushing it. Never going back to any other trading group mentor. Yeah, Gage, you were here from like last week. You've been killing it, bro. I've seen you, like, you hit profits every time I call a scalp move, and even like the bigger move as well. So I'm glad that everyone here is making profits. You know, that's the whole goal here at K2. It doesn't matter if you guys are part of K2 or not. You know, as long as we're all making profits, that's all that really matters to me, because that's really all that matters. You know, the bottom line of everything is if everyone's profiting. If everyone's profiting, everyone's killing it. It doesn't matter if you're part of K2. It doesn't matter if you're part of another group. I'm still here to help you guys out as long as we're all making money. So let me see what else is here before we continue on with this as well. Let's see. Dejan said, Shawn getting that crimson red wrap. Nah, Dejan. So I don't know if you followed me earlier, Dejan. I'm actually getting a profit blue wrap, because, you know, I like to see those blue screens on my FTMO. So I don't know if I showed you it, but I'm getting my Model X wrapped in this profit blue. Let me show you real quick if I can pull it up. It's been a while since I showed you guys. Yeah, so I'm getting my Tesla wrapped in this color right here, Dejan. I'm getting it wrapped in profit chrome blue. So my Model X is going to look like this probably by Friday, and I'm getting everything chrome deleted too. So my chrome right here is going to get deleted black. My front emblem is going to be black. So everything's going to be pretty much, it's going to look just like this car. And that's pretty much how you guys will see my Tesla on Friday. Merspaw said, what strategy is this? I need to see this one. So this is a scalping strategy. Hey guys, so like this has dropped like a crazy amount right here. This is dropping like crazy. So I don't think I'm going to call this trade, guys. Or what we might do is we might wait for it to retrace back, because the problem with this right here is that it can drop like super heavy. It's already dropped about 1,000 pips. The last thing I want to happen is it retraces up super heavy and then it stops you out, you know? So I'd probably wait for this to pull back slightly, because I see there to be some pullback off this. And then we can take a smaller, or we can take a late entry as it comes back down, because I think it's definitely going to retrace a little bit. Yeah, Dejan said, damn, it's going to have some retrace if it closes. Talani said, bro, I'm still holding. Good game. Bro, you're killing it, Talani. If you took that trade all the way from up here, because we took that from way up here, bro. If you took it from up here, you're like in profit like 2,000 pips right now. I wish I held on to it, but you know, I got to stick true to my trading plan. Like if I know I'm going to get out, I got to get out of that trade. Damn, look at this drop, guys. That's crazy. Okay, so we're definitely going to wait for the retracement, because this is it's just a little too risky right now for us to yeah, Varun, it's crazy. Look how far it dropped all the way from up here, right? From right here, it dropped like 2,000. Well, it's still dropping 2,300 pips. That's crazy. Okay, so I'm going to hold off on this, guys. Okay, so we see the retracement right there. I'm going to let it retrace a bit before I call this signal, because I don't want to get caught in some crazy movement, because obviously it has to retrace. It's dropped way too much. Let me see these zones right here. Or I'm just lining this up to see if there's another I'm lining it up to see if there's another zone that creates, so that we can catch a scalp entry. Otherwise, I'm going to hold off on this right now, guys, because obviously you see this huge spike up, right? Damn, look at that. See, good thing we didn't take this trade yet, because it's spiking up pretty nice. You know, honestly, I hope it spikes all the way up here so I can take another scalp. So if it spikes up here again into the zone, like we have a wick that touches the zone and it touches a pivot, then I'm definitely going to take that sell again. And we're just going to scalp it back down. So I'm going to keep this on my chart right now. Sorry, Yadin, I'm going to go back to your UJ shortly. But right now, we're just going to finish analyzing US 30 before we continue on, because you want to make sure we don't miss this trade. We also don't want to get in too early where we get caught in some crazy movement. Let's see. Let's check CNBC, see if anything's going on right now. So let's see. So Biden is, I mean, obviously Biden is making some moves, right? Something's happening with all of the new policies Biden's he's putting up over here. Let's see. Danger for business. Maybe there's a COVID update. Let's see. Like, I don't know what's causing that huge spike. That spike is crazy. Let's go to news right here. It doesn't look like there's anything here. It's kind of weird, unless it's this Moderna update. They're accelerating on a work COVID booster shot. So they have a new variant in South Africa for COVID. So that's why Biden, he halted all travel to South Africa and to the UK because of the new COVID strain. So like about a few minutes ago, yeah, nothing too crazy in the news. I just don't know what's causing the spikes and stuff. Okay, so fuck. Okay, so we enter the trade. Let me see. Fuck me. Okay, we might be a little too late to enter this trade, but let me I'll just post it for you guys right here. If you guys want to enter it, you guys can. But yeah, I'm gonna send it to the premium members right here. So if you guys want to enter it, you guys can. I'm probably gonna hold off on it, but I'll just send it to you guys anyways, because I know people in the group want it. All right, guys. So pricing is pretty much the same thing over here. Nice. Tam locked in some nice profit. Look at that. US 30 right here, the scalp entry that I called. So that's looking pretty good. Nice. Cheryl over here too. She locked in some nice moves over here as well. She locked in about 2,000. So you guys can see here that everyone in K2 is eating, guys, right? It's not just me. I'm not the only one profiting here. Wow, that's going to drop, hit full TP already. Nice, nice. Look at Dijon over here, hit that right there as well. So if you guys took the entry, it's about to hit TP1. Let me just set the alert for that. You guys saw that when I called it, it was still at entry. It was above entry actually. So if you guys missed it, I mean, unfortunately, but I did call it before it dropped. I mean, honestly, I didn't take the trade either. I just called it because I was too busy talking to you guys. But it's cool because I already made a lot of profit this morning as well. Nice, Lisa. So look at everybody here in K2. Everyone's eating a lot of profit this morning. So Lisa over here locked in about 200, about 400. Let's see who else is here. Dijon locked in about, wow, he locked in about pretty nice too, a little over 100 off that. Tam over here locked in 100 bucks off her first entry. Cheryl over here locked in about okay, TP. Wait, AUD. Wow, the market's gone crazy, guys. So I guess our stop loss hit for AUD right here. What the hell? Look at this big spike right here. All right, so stop loss hit for AUD, unfortunately, guys. Okay, we hit TP for TP1 hit for your US 30. Sorry, I'm gonna give an update for this right here. Our AUD position has hit stop loss. Unfortunately, I mean, that happens. But we did hit TP1 over here for US 30. So looking at this right here, fuck me, I should have took the trade. It's all good. I'm already up like 2,000 for the day, so I'm not really tripping. You know, I'm in profit. You're in profit. We're all in profit. That's all that matters to me. Damn, it's about to hit full TP right now too. This market's going crazy today, guys. All right, nice. We got that right there. Damn, Lisa over here. Look at Lisa. She locked in a lot. She locked in 870 this morning. All right, perfect, perfect. All right, let me see. All right, cool. So TP1 hit for US 30 right here. I didn't get into the full position. Unfortunately, I was too busy talking to you guys, which is cool. I don't care because I'm going to catch this when it comes back up. So I'm going to look for that scalp to come back up, hit another structure, and then probably come back down. So it's all good, guys. I'm already up in profit about 2,200 today. So I don't care if I miss this trade. I mean, obviously I could have made 4,000, 5,000 today if I took this trade, but I'm not really too worried about it because we made some pretty nice profits already this morning. So let me show you guys over here. Actually, that's fine. I'm not gonna check anything else over here. Yeah, but we had some huge spikes all around, guys. So we had a stop loss hit right here for AUD. You know, I'm fully transparent with you guys. I'm not going to hide losses. Obviously, we took a loss here, 50 pips for AUD, which is cool because we had a bunch of wins here for US 30. So this is why I take, you know, different trades because I'm able to balance out my losses. So I have one loss here for AUD this week. It's fine. The week just started. So that's done. G over here is not looking good either. The Forex market is just crazy today, guys. Like even NZD/USD, we were about to hit full TP over here, super close. Let's see, for about, it was only about 4 pips. So we were about to hit full TP right there. Unfortunately, it looks like the US dollar, something is happening with the US dollar because it's gaining strength super heavily. So let me just check out the dollar index real quick. Dollar index right here. I don't know if anyone else has seen anything with regard to the news, but I didn't see anything. We just had a huge spike right here for the dollar index though. So for some reason, the Canadian dollar was super weak. US dollar became strong. Actually, let me just pull this up right here. Yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on right now in the market, but for some reason, the Aussie spiked down and the US dollar spiked up. I don't see any news in the market, so I'm not sure what's causing this spike in price. But for some reason, the Aussie just dropped. US dollar spiked up. That caused our odd USD position to hit stop loss right here. And, you know, sometimes things like this are just, you can't really predict them. They just happen where there's a spike in price. When we took this trade yesterday, this was actually bullish and this was super bearish, right? So you can see right here, this had a bullish candle, this had a bearish candle. So we were anticipating it to continue up higher. However, you know, market manipulation happens all the time. And unfortunately, we can't predict when that happens. You know, we could only react to it. So looks like our US 30 here is going to hit full TP, thankfully, because it pretty much covers the, you know, the other trade. Let's get this right here. So I get that update. Yeah, let me just post this over here as we continue. There we go, full TP. Oh my God, look at this spike, guys. That's crazy. It's so close to full TP and it spiked all the way back up. How does that even happen? That's crazy, dude. All right. It literally was right at full TP. Look at that wick right there. It was like less than a pip. And then it spikes back up. Like, come on, just give us a full TP. All right, yeah, come on, keep dropping, keep dropping. Jeez, man, come on. Dude, this US 30 is moving like crazy. Cameron said US 30 moving like a jackrabbit. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, I know these like spikes in price are crazy. I don't even know what the hell's going on, guys. Like, I'm being real with you guys. I don't have no idea what's causing these spikes in price. Like, there's no news here on CNBC. There's no news here on Forex Factory. Like, you'd expect something to happen here causing these huge spikes, but I mean, there's nothing causing it. It's just market manipulation. Man, this is such BS right here. Look at this. It was about to hit full TP. Let me go on the 1 minute chart. How far was it? Wow, look how close it was, guys, to full TP. Literally just missed it right here. How does that even happen? There was no support there. I don't know. It was off by 1 pip, guys. Can you believe that? 1 pip to full TP for our US 30 right here. Unbelievable. That's crazy. This is a 1 second chart too. In 1 second, it spiked down and it spiked up literally 1 pip. How does that even happen? All right, well, whatever. I'm not going to complain about it. We're just going to wait for it to continue to drop. Man, this market's on crack, guys. Good thing I didn't enter this trade because I would have been pissed if I missed that full TP by 1 pip. All right, well, I mean, we'll continue to watch more with this. You know, other than this, I mean, I don't know what's going on. Let me check the chat real quick, see if you guys see anything going on. Dejan said profit blue chrome. That's sexy as hell. Yeah, it's gonna have a retrace if it closes. Let's see if there's anything else going on here before I continue. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the market, guys, but I didn't see any news, but everything here is just spiking, like US 30 spike. I mean, this is crazy. If you guys see the spike from this point up here to down here from open, it spiked like 3,000, about nearly 4,000 pips this morning. And then it spiked right back up. Look at this whipsaw. It's crazy. So good thing we didn't, I didn't hop into this trade because I would have been pissed if I entered down here and then it ended up spiking up over 1,000 pips within like a few seconds. So market is crazy right now. Look at this right here. Damn, if I called this trade right here, would have hit full TP or near full TP. It's already halfway there. EJ over here, this might close. I'm not sure what happened, guys, but it looks like all of the AUD pairs have kind of spiked. I guess there was some AUD news, but this is weird because the bank's closed today. It's a bank holiday for AUD. So you'd expect this to be moving slow, but for whatever reason, it's spiking like all over the place. Looks like the AUD pairs have spiked. Also, the Canadian pair spiked as well. And it looks like all of the USD pairs have spiked as well. So it looks like there's something going on with the AUD, USD, and CAD. But I've looked at the news and there's nothing that has updated for any of those countries. So I'm not sure what's causing that to happen. See, I'm looking at the latest news right here. Yeah, guys, I mean, honestly, there's nothing here. So we'll have to wait until we get an update in the news. But I don't know what's causing these spikes in price for the AUD, USD, and Canadian dollar. Man, look at US 30 right here. It's nuts. It was about to hit full TP too. Dang, look at Varun, man. Nice work, Varun. Locking about 529. Add that right there. Varun said, "Damn, I'm reviving my FTMO. Congrats, bro." Yeah, if you just honestly, I think Varun, if you just scalp with me, you can make some money back like real nice and real easy, because I've been making a ton of profit just scalping. I make more profit scalping than I do off this daily entry now, because I'm taking more entries and I'm taking like more of these sniper entries as well. So here we go with the zone. The zone actually spread out wider. So I'm going to go and draw a bigger zone right here. So if price comes back up, we'll know what to look out for. We basically want price to come up, reject off this zone and off, one of the pivots. And then as it comes back down, we will ride that for another scalp. So I'll be on the market with you guys for a while today to catch these moves. Sorry guys, I know we've gotten like we've gotten too involved with all of these other things right here. So let me see the other chats here real quick. Yeah, so Varun said it's about China and the US. So here, let me check that real quick. Let me go to the CNBC. I figured it was something that had to do with like maybe the trade war with China and US. Here, let me just Google it. China US news. So this might be it. Okay, so I just saw this article right now. It says that China pushes conspiracy theories on COVID origin. So China's trying to spread doubt about the effectiveness of Western vaccines and the origin of coronavirus as the WHO selected team of scientists in the city where this pandemic began. So this was just posted just now, I guess, like a couple minutes ago. And it looks like this might have affected the price. I mean, this is USA News. This is a pretty big news source. And it looks like there's like some COVID news where basically China is saying that, the US vaccines aren't effective. So obviously that's going to fuck up the market, right? So it's probably screwing up the AUD pairs, Canadian pairs, and US pairs as well. This looks like this might be it, guys. What caused the, guys, I was looking up M4s because I'm looking for a fun car to drive. Meanwhile, that's why I have these like sponsorship things coming around. I'm looking for like an M4 or maybe M3 to just play around with. I kind of want a loud car that's fast for me to have fun with, because I'm getting tired of my Model X. So yeah, just looking at the news here, it looks like there's something going on. So China's not the only government pointing fingers. Of course, former President Donald Trump is trying to deflect blame on his government handling the pandemic. Yeah, it looks like there's obviously there's controversy around news here with COVID. China basically blaming the US and saying that the US vaccine is not good, and that's going to affect the market, obviously, right? So with that said, it looks like I mean, yeah, something's going on in the world that's causing price to spike around like that. US 30 is coming back down. I'm like so tempted to re-enter US 30 or just to enter this full position. I just don't want to get caught where it keeps spiking up even further. So this is pretty much what I currently see happening right here for this. Other than that, let me see if there's anything else here. Karen, to get that Hellcat or Scatty, bro. Yeah, no, definitely, bro. I'm trying to get something that's like fun, because I've been driving my Model X for a while. Like, don't get me wrong, the Model X is super fast and it's fun to drive too, but it just doesn't have that feel of like a real car, right? I kind of want to go put gas in my car every once in a while, but there's no gas in my Tesla. And I just want a loud car. Like, I want a loud car, and I'm probably gonna get a chrome wrap on that as well, so that you guys can hear me hitting these profits all the way down the block. All right, let me continue on moving forward and see what else is going on over here before I continue on. So Braden said all these governors want to open the states now that COVID is at its worst. So now the dollar will begin to strengthen as they reopen the economy. Exactly. So that might be a cost for it as well, Braden, because I do see a lot of states that want to reopen. But, with this new news here with the, I guess, China like placing blame for COVID and basically saying that the vaccines aren't working well, that's going to affect the market as well. I could see that happening now. I could see that causing these spikes in price, but I'm not sure if these spikes are going to hold. It looks like we have this huge wick for the Aussie index and huge wick for the dollar index. So I think that was a temporary spike in price. Not sure how strong it'll hold. Same with our US 30 right here. I'm not sure if the spike down is going to hold. So I'm probably going to hold off on entering that, and I'll just wait for another scalp entry right here as it continues to move along. So that's it for these positions right here. Let me see if there's anything else that I missed before we continue on. Gage said NASDAQ 100 is dropping insane. So let me check out NASDAQ real quick as well. Or actually, I analyzed NASDAQ on the normal chart over here. I think I called a sell last night, right? So if you guys were in the, wow, look at that. Damn, that's crazy. So NASDAQ in this previous 4-hour candle, look how much it ranged, dude. It ranged 362 pips. What the hell? That's crazy. So the market is definitely moving crazy today, guys. Wow, look at this spike. So from this morning when the market opened, NASDAQ 100 has dropped. Geez, look at that. 364 pips. Like, when does that ever happen? Never. That's crazy. Look at this spike right here. So definitely something is going on in the market right now, guys. I don't know what's going on, but if this doesn't look like manipulation to you guys, I don't know what does, because we haven't seen a spike like that in, I can't even remember how long. Okay, so the last time a spike like that happened was on the 4th. This was because this was the new year. But just looking at this right here, this is a crazy spike. And then it spiked right back up. Oh, I'm curious if the new strategy works on here as well. Damn. I'll have to probably look at that later, that scalping strategy. I'm sure it works on NASDAQ just as well as it works on US 30. But, going back to what I said, guys, market's just crazy today. So be careful with your positions, guys. Make sure to use the exit strategy for everything that you apply, because, with these crazy spikes, I don't know what's going to happen moving forward. But okay, so sorry, guys, I went off like track a bit trying to see what's going on over here. But let me see what else is going on before I continue analyzing the pairs. So Marissa said, I wish I would have stayed in all my trades. Yeah, you would have made a ton of profit off that. Alkin said Euro odds spiked up hard. It looks like the Aussie pairs were affected by whatever happened recently. Wow, look at that huge spike right there as well. So yeah, everything is kind of spiking around right now. Looks like whatever news happened, I'm trying to figure out what's the main cause. Obviously, this looks like this might be one of the main causes because this was just published a few minutes ago. But looking at CNBC, okay, Goldman. So let's see what he says here. Close this tab. So watch Goldman CEO David Solomon and ECB largely debate how to drive a post-COVID recovery. So this is going to affect the market as well. So, we might hold off on some new trades for a bit, guys, because this is probably going to affect the market pretty heavy. As they discuss, the World Economic Forum between Goldman's CEO David Solomon and ECB's, I guess, the president Lagarde. So this might affect the market. We'll try to continue and see what updates they give. But I think other than that, there's not really too much to look at right here. I'm just trying to see what's causing it, these crazy spikes in price, but there's obviously nothing here. It's just market manipulation, seems like. So that's it for that. We have US 30 right here. It's still technically active, but I'm looking for a scalp entry. So I kind of wanted to push up quite a bit. Let me see where the stop loss is. Maybe not that high because it's probably going to stop people out if they're trying to go for that full position. Hopefully you guys used your exit strategy, and once it hit TP1, you moved it in profit because you guys had a lot of opportunity right there. But if not, I don't know, this might get a little risky. So let me see where this is at. This is at 30887. 30887. Yeah, this is too far back. If this ends up pushing up like that, it's going to hit the stop loss. But hopefully you guys moved your stop loss in profit, because market's just moving crazy right now. So let me see if there's anything else to cover before we continue on. Varun said I made 1,100 today from 83 bucks in 2 days. That was crazy. I was literally sweating. Varun said China's Xi calls for unity in first remarks of Biden era, warns against arrogant isolation. And this is the news. Damn, crazy. All right, so Varun said, yeah, my FTM almost blew up and it was left with 83 bucks on 100K, made 1,000. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, nice recovery on that, Varun. Hopefully you made some more profit on this one as well. Dejan said, nah, Shawn, leave the kitty to me. Exactly. Short team, we looked at gold already, but I'll add you to the list. And I'll just reanalyze what we looked at earlier, but we did analyze gold a little earlier. I'll add you to the list for later today. So we have a few pairs to look at right now. Let me see if there's anything else before we continue. Merspa said states reopening. Here we go again. Exactly, Merspa, right? It's just going to get crazier and crazier as time goes on. Braden mentioned, would you enter a scalp on US 30 if price rejects off 37.50 for a sell? So in order for me to enter a scalp, Braden, I need price to come up here. Price needs to come up and reject off a pivot and a structure. Unless there's a new structure that gets developed down here, which there hasn't yet, I need a rejection off a pivot and a structure for me to take a scalp entry. I'm not taking any speculative scalps right now. I'm making sure that it fits my requirements, because how the market's moving right now, obviously I don't want to just enter and then it keeps pushing up further and then I end up in some heavier drawdown. So I'm going to be waiting and being patient with my scalps for another entry right here. Because obviously you can see here, if we took this sell entry right here, this is a full TP right here for 500 pips. So if you guys took, all of these scalp entries right here, these would all be full TPs basically. So like right here, if you took this trade, this would have been a full TP. Again, right here, as price came up and rejected off a structure, how we took earlier, this would have been another full TP. Again, right here, price came up, rejected off this point. Actually, this wouldn't be it, but this would be it right here. Rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure. That'd be another full TP for 500 pips. So if you took all of the scalp entries that I called today, I actually took 3. I took this one, and I took this one right here as well for another full TP right there too. So I took these 3 entries right here where I locked in some pretty nice profit. These right here. So Braden, I had to wait for price to come up, reject off a structure and a pivot. And when I have that double confirmation, then I would take the short position for another scalp. But until then, I'm not going to take any positions. I'm just going to wait for an entry to avail itself. Yeah, no problem, Braden. So that's pretty much how the strategy works. I'll go over the strategy later, guys. I still have a list of pairs to look at. So sorry if you guys are waiting for me to analyze those. But obviously we were just too excited with this US 30 entry here that we weren't able to complete these analyses. So I think that's it for the questions right here. I'm gonna go down the list. So right now we have USD JPY and Euro USD for Yadin. We have USD MXN for Mersaba. We have Bitcoin USD for Cameron. We have NASDAQ 100 for Mersaba. I'm going to go over the US 30 scalp strategy for Radomir, and then I have gold for short scene as well. So we have a lot of pairs to look at. Sorry I went off track, guys, but I'm going to go back and take a look at UJ for Yadin before we continue on forward. So I got UJ open right here. I don't remember if I drew the zones for you guys, but I think I did. Let me see if they're lined up perfectly. Yes, the zones are pretty fine right here. I don't need to redraw them. I'm gonna turn the momentum indicator. So once we've drawn that, we look at this right here, and obviously we have a bullish bias, right? We have a rejection off this point. We have a bullish signal right here. What we're waiting for next is waiting for price to close above this structure. Once price closes above the structure, what's probably going to happen is price will come up and test this next structure up here, similar to what happened over here, right? So looking at this over here, we have a rejection, we have a buy signal, and then once price broke structure above here, it ended up testing this structure over here above. So this is basically what we're going to be looking for here. Let me make this smaller so it doesn't like take up too much space. So we have that right there, that rejection. We have the buy signal right here. Once price breaks this structure, it's probably going to push up further to this next structure up here. I probably wouldn't take this trade though, because it's only about 11 pip gap between this area. I'd probably wait for it to close above here. Then you can take this move for another move right here. Unless you want to scalp it, you can always scalp every time it breaks and closes past structure and then catch it as it pushes up higher. But I think my main goal right here would be for it to close above this structure over here. I think once it closes above this structure over here, you'd have a bigger gap for you to take a long position. But, you know, like I mentioned, market's moving weird today, guys. So I'd be careful. If you do take trades, make sure to use a proper exit strategy to make sure you lock in position, you lock in some profits, because you never know when it's going to swing back on you. So like looking at this over here, I guess the last time that it broke structure above that area would have been somewhere like this right here, where we have a rejection off this structure. We have a buy signal. And then from here, it pushes up to this structure. And then as it broke structure again right here, sorry, I'm gonna fix that. So as you broke structure again right here, you can see that it pushes up to here, right? And that's basically what we're looking for. We're waiting for a break in structure where price closes above a previous structure. We have a confirmation of rejection, buy signal, and then a continued momentum push upward. So if you were to take this trade right here, you could have locked in about 25 pips, which is not too bad for you, Jay. So that's basically what I see happening over here. I'm waiting for price to break structure and close above it. Then you can take a long position here for a small scalp at 10 pips. And then again, right here, as price closes above this structure, you can take a bigger scalp right here for about 15 pips. But I think once price breaks above here, you'll have better opportunity where you can ride this for a nicer move for about 26 to 30 pips from there. So that's pretty much my analysis for UJ right there. Have a bullish bias, but you would have to wait for price to close above structure to have that full confirmation that price is going to continue up to the next zone. Let's check on US 30 again real quick. So nice. US 30 looks like it's coming right back down. Hopefully it comes back down and hits the full TP. I don't know why I didn't hit it earlier. It missed it by about 1 pip. But if it does come back down, I think it's going to be a pretty nice, nice profit. So that's it for you, Jay. Next up, we have Euro USD for Yadin as well. Let me pull up Euro USD real quick. So looking at Euro USD, I'm going to go ahead and analyze it from scratch again, take everything off the chart. From there, we have a naked chart. First thing I'm going to do, same thing I do for every other pair, is I pull up the K2SRs, and then I draw my zones on the chart for you guys, so you guys can see where the rejection points are. And don't underestimate these zones, guys. These are the same zones that I use for the scalping, right? If you guys have access to these zones make a huge difference with your analysis, because you're able to identify where critical rejection points happen. So for example, right here, have this set up. All right, we're good. So we're all good and set up right here. I'm gonna turn off the K2SRs. Once you see this, you can see we have some nice rejection points drawn on the chart, right? We have these perfect areas where price bounces from these zones and continues on forward. So looking at Euro USD right here, I'm gonna turn on the momentum indicator. So for this right here, we have, let's see, we have a sell signal right here. So we have a sell bias. You can see this rejection off the structure right here. So we have a nice rejection off the structure right here. It's followed by a sell signal. If price closes below the structure, then we can possibly take a sell down to this structure right here, where we can lock in a small scalp for about, actually it's not even a small scalp, it's a decent move for about 30 pips. And then once price breaks this structure down here, we can have an even nicer sell way down there, right? So looking at this here, the last time price broke structure, you know, to the lower way, let me see. Well, your USD has been bullish, but you can see the last time it broke structure, kind of similar to what happened right here, because this is the structure we're looking for right here, right? So we see a rejection from this point, same pattern that we have over here currently. We have a sell signal and it breaks past structure right here, and we take a short position for a gain of, about 70 to 100 pips right there. So that's basically what we're looking for over here. We're waiting for price to reject off this point, sell signal, close below structure, and then see it close below here as it tests the next structure. Once it closes again below this structure, then we can have a bigger move down here. So just looking at that here, actually this is a lower structure right here, because you can see that your USD has actually been super bullish. So we didn't really have any sell signals for a long time, or sell entries actually. So no real sell entries for a while. But you can see from here, it's established a high from this point at 1.23496, and it's been starting to drop ever since. So that's basically what we're looking for right here. Until we have this confirmation where price closes below the structure, then we wouldn't take that sell. But even at that point, I would still be careful until it reaches, somewhere down here. So that's basically what I see happening for Euro USD. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is price can reject off this point and swing back up. So there's two different things that can play out. Either price closes below the structure and continues down further, or price rejects off this point, provides a buy signal and pushes up, to this point over here. So I wouldn't just look at this from one perspective, but I would personally wait for, that confirmation, because the market's just moving crazy. Like you guys have seen here for you, look at this for US 30. Good thing I didn't enter that sell, because price is just moving all over the place right now, guys. I might hold off until after they're done speaking, for this this debate for the World Economic Forum, because a lot of things that these two say can easily affect the market. Obviously ECB Lagarde is the ECB president, I believe, right? So if I look at the calendar here, yeah, ECB President Lagarde is going to speak. He's going to have that debate against David Solomon, who's CEO of Goldman. And this is probably going to affect certain pairs like Euro USD, Yadin. So I would probably hold off on entering this. So Yadin said, I was thinking the same thing on both pairs, just waiting game. Apologies for the caps. Yeah, no problem, Yadin. But yeah, like I mentioned, I would wait for it to close below here. But better yet, I would wait for it to close like way down here, because then you'd be out of all of this area right here where price can reject off, right? Because if you enter a sell position right here, price can easily reject off this point as well. Kind of similar to what happened right here. This is what you don't want to be stuck in. You don't want to enter a sell position right here, and then all of a sudden it rejects off this point, and then you go into heavy drawdown if you don't exit within like, a decent amount of space right here. Because obviously if you were to enter a sell position right here, you'd want to get out before it reaches this structure right here, because price can easily reject off it. So if you want to take a small scalp, you can take a scalp there for about, you want to take a scalp for about 30 pips right here. But once price closes below here, you'll have a better opportunity to take a bigger move. So yeah, this is pretty much what I see happening for Euro USD. And I think that's about it for this. So let me look at the next pair. Next pair is going to be USD MXN for Merciba. Let me see if there's any entries here that I could possibly take before we hop back in. So we have a rejection off this zone right here, or off this pivot, I mean, but it's not off a zone. So it would have to be off a zone and a pivot for me to take that trade. So I'm going to skip this right here until we have a new zone in this area. Once we have a zone in that area, then I can take it. And I think we should be good from there. But yeah, not until then, guys. So I'm going to be patient with this as well. I'm not going to hop into US 30 just yet. I want to make sure that we get a zone in a specific area before I take that trade, because it is risky right now. So that's it for your USD. That's it for your US 30. Next up, we have USD MXN for Merciba. USD MXN right here. Pull it up for forex.com. So looking at this right here, I'm going to delete everything off the chart. So we've got a naked chart right there. I'm going to zoom out from this point, turn on the K² SRs, and I'm going to go ahead and draw my zones for you guys right here. So we got that there. We've got this above here, small one right there, this right there, this right there, and then we got a couple right here as well. All right, so this looks fine right here. Once we have this lined up, I'm gonna turn off the K2SR indicator. It's kind of messy, so the zones are kind of wide. Reason for that is because, you know, obviously price is just ranging. You can see that price comes up, rejects off the zone, and it just bounces back and forth. So Marissa, looking at the peso right now, we have a bullish bias. Obviously, we have a rejection down here. It's followed by a buy signal, and then it's pushed up pretty heavily, right? So prices broke structure right here, but the problem with this is that it's already tested this. It's already tested the structure right here. So what I would wait for is I'd wait for price to break above this structure right there, where you can take a nice long entry from this point. So you can see from the last time it broke structure right here, it had a nice spike up further, which would have hit full TP. I don't know what happened right here on the 20th, but something happened that spiked price up. But I think once it breaks structure right there, you can see that every time it breaks structure, it ends up pushing up pretty nicely, right? So looking at this point, it's still going to hit our full TP because our TP is right here. So the last time it broke structure above there, hit TP. Again, right here, it broke structure as well, and then it hit TP as well. So looking at this right here, first I would wait for the peso to actually break structure and close above here before taking this entry. The reason why I wouldn't take it right here is because it's already tested the structure. So you want it to break above here before you take that entry. But it does have a bullish bias right here, and I think it's going to continue pushing up from this point. This is scenario number one. So scenario number one is price can be bullish, can swing up here and close above that point. Then you can take that entry. Scenario number two is price can swing back down from this point right here, provide a sell signal, and then ride your way down. So like, for example, right here, we have a rejection from this point. We have a sell signal right here. And then as it breaks structure, you can catch it as it rides back down, right? So scenario number one is price breaks above here. Scenario number two is it rejects off this point, provides a sell signal like this right here, and then it continues to ride down where you can take a short position down here. So keep that in mind. There's two different scenarios that can play out. But I would just wait for that confirmation. I'd either wait for price to close above here so you can take a buy, or I'd wait for price to reject off this point, provide a sell signal, and then you can take the ride this way in this direction. So that's pretty much it for USD MXN. Next up on the list, we have Bitcoin for Cameron. So we're all done with those two right there and move on to the next one. Let me check on US 30 real quick. So it looks like we might be getting an opposite signal pending, but I'm not too worried about it. So I'm just waiting for another price to, well, the zone is way too far up here. So price would have to push up like way up here for it to reject off both. So instead of having that, I'd probably just wait for the next zone to develop down here so that we can take another scalp from this point. But other than that, so if price swings up this way, it doesn't matter because we'll just scalp it in that direction, right? There's no biggie there. But if it continues to drop further, then I would want price to reject off a pivot and a zone, and then we can take that further to scalp downwards. Otherwise, I'm going to keep looking at these Forex pairs as we continue. So we're done with the peso right there. Next up, we have Bitcoin USD for Cameron. So I got Bitcoin right over here. And it's pretty much the same analysis from last night. So I'm not sure if you were in the live room yesterday, Cameron. I think you were. If not, I'll just reanalyze it for you, take everything off the chart, zoom out from this point, turn on the K2SR. Same analysis, guys. So you guys can see here that I can analyze everything the same exact way, and it plays out just as we would have anticipated, because this strategy works perfectly fine with anything that you want to trade. It doesn't matter if it's stocks, Forex, Bitcoin, commodities like gold. It doesn't really matter because they all kind of work the same way. So it's the same process every time. I draw my zones first, then I determine the direction of momentum using the K2 momentum indicator. And then from that point, I'm able to analyze, where price is going. So like from here, I have this set up over here. and then I'm gonna turn on my momentum indicator, turn this off, turn on my momentum indicator. We have a bullish bias right now because the previous signal was a buy signal, right? So right here, we have a rejection from this point. We have a bullish signal right here. Next thing we want is for price to close above this structure. So if price closes above this structure, then you can take a long position up in that direction. You know, it doesn't really matter like where you take the trade, because for Bitcoin, I think it'll definitely continue moving bullish. It's just if you want to scalp it or if you want to have that confirmation, then I would wait for it to close above the structure, because you can see right here that we haven't had an entry avail itself, you know, anytime soon. Like right here, price broke below structure and then it closed back above it, but there was no buy signal. So we wouldn't have taken that buy. We would have caught the sell right here as it rode down from this point. So, you know, just looking at price right here, this would be the confirmation. If price closes above this structure, then you can take a long position and pretty much ride this upwards. Otherwise, you know, there's really no entry at this point. This is scenario number one, where price closes above the structure, then you can take a buy. Scenario number two, like I mentioned, you should always look at both sides of the trade, is price will either reject off this point, provide a sell signal like it has, you know, over here and over here. And if that happens, then you can take a short position instead of a long position. So instead of taking a long, you can take a short right here. But I don't know if I'd really short Bitcoin long term. So depending on how you want to trade it, Cameron, you know, obviously you can scalp within the areas, but I think for here, I think long term it's going to be bullish. So that's pretty much what I see happening from this point for this specific pair. Let me see what else we have over here. Varun said, I think US 30 will go sideways for the rest of the session because it was really volatile in the first 90 minutes. I agree, Varun. You know, US 30 has moved pretty crazy. Look at this right here. Wow, crazy spike up. So hopefully you guys close out in profit when it was like way down here. Because obviously, you know, I've been advising that you guys use the exit strategy because the market's just moving super, super crazy right now. So huge spike in price right here. So if this happens right here, where we have a wick off the pivot and then we have a wick off the structure, then I'm going to take another scalp position in that direction. Sorry, guys. I had like a little chill. It's freaking cold in here. It's cold today. I don't know if you got where you guys are located, but I'm here in California where it doesn't really, we don't really have rain here. And it started to rain recently and we just like, it's super cold here for today. Let's see. Cameron said, I think the smart thing to do is to buy actual Bitcoin. I believe it will hit 6 figures towards the end of the year. Yeah, exactly, Cameron. For me, I don't actively trade Bitcoin. I just buy and hold it. So I bought and hold it. And then when it reached this point right here, I actually sold off. So I was waiting for another dip. So like, for example, right here, I probably would have bought once it touched this point. And then again, same situation right here. This would be another area to buy right here and to just hold it, you know, long term. So I'm in the same boat with you, Cameron. I agree that, you know, Bitcoin's something to buy and hold. It's not something that I actively trade, but obviously if I could figure out a strategy that works very well with it, like, you know, similar to the scalping strategy that we've been applying, then, you know, why not try it out on here as well? I started looking at Bitcoin and I think it does work on it. So let me just check it right here real quick. I'm just going to see if there's any entries that we could have taken scalping Bitcoin. I just heard the spread on Bitcoin is like crazy. So that's why I don't even want to bother trying it. But if I test it out right here, let's see. Okay, so we have some nice entries right here, actually. So we have, let me see. We have this big zone right here. And then actually we have like another zone down here as well. So this is actually a whole zoned area down here. So just looking at this from this point, if we were to analyze, you know, this for a scalp entry right here, there's a bunch of entries here that we could have taken. So like, for example, right here, you can see that price rejects off the pivot. The main thing is we don't want bodies within the pivot where it rejects off. So like, for example, right here, we have price rejecting off the pivot and it's within a zone where it's rejecting as well. So right here, we could have taken, you know, a long position, zoom out from this point, long position right here. And then this would have hit full TP, right? So this is one entry. We have a couple entries though within here. So we have one entry where we do have taken that, that little candle right there where it rejected off the pivot. And then we have another one right next to it right here where this rejects off the pivot and it also rejects off the structure. So this would be 2 entries right here for about 500 pips. So that'd be 1,000 pips total. And then again, right here, we could keep stacking them, kind of similar to what we did for US 30, another rejection off the pivot and a rejection off the zone as well. So that's 3 500 pip moves right there. And then this wouldn't be an entry because there's no wick and the body is within the pivot. So there'd be no entry there. Right here's another entry. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 entries for about 500 pips each. 6 entries right there. 7 entries right there. 8 entries right there. And then this is where the move happened. Check that out. So you'd have 8 entries for about 500 pips each for Bitcoin. I don't trade Bitcoin, so I'm not sure how it would be applied, but you'd have 8 entries times 500 pips each for a gain of 4,000 pips off Bitcoin. I don't know how much that's worth because I don't trade Bitcoin, but if you were applying the scalping strategy that I was just, we've been applying here for US 30, I mean, you could have made a ton of profit off this as well. And this is all within, let's see, it's only within 2 hours. So within 2 hours, you could have locked in a ton of profit, scalping Bitcoin. I just don't know how it moves because I don't trade it personally. But obviously you can see here that it works very nicely, right? Let me see if there's another one right here as well. All right, so there's a ton of entries here, guys. That's not the only entry that was available. It looks like there's a bunch here that you could have taken actually. Looks like again right here, there's a bunch of scalp entries as well. A buy signal for US 30. So looking at this right here, we have some more entries, right? We have price that rejects off the pivots and it rejects off the zone right here. So you'd have another long position right here for about 500 pips. Again, right here, we'd skip this. The body's within the pivot. Right here, the body's outside of it and it rejects. Another entry right there, another 500 pips. Again, right here, rejection off the pivot and the zone. So that'd be another win right there for about 500 pips. So that's 3 wins right there. 3 wins for Bitcoin and then 8 wins over here if you were scalping the same strategy that I used for US 30 today. So, I mean, if you want to scalp it, you can. But I'm with you on that same decision to buy and hold long term, Cameron, because I heard that the spreads for Bitcoin are just too crazy. Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, Dijon said it's wild that Wall Street Bets managed to push GameStop that high. Was it them that pushed it? Did they pump it? I didn't see a lot of memes for it, but I wasn't sure if that was like legit or not. All right, let's see. Peter said spread on Bitcoin on my broker is $50. So I guess it's not too bad. I just don't know how it is on mine. Or let me check. I can actually pull it up on mine. Let me see on FTMO. FTMO has some good spreads though, so it's different. So Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, I don't know what's the difference between, okay, BTC USD. Pull it up right here. So the numbering for that is, let me see. Bitcoin is 33843 minus 33925. So it's only off by like the spread's about 82 pips. I don't know how much that's worth. I'm guessing that's like $82 depending on your lot size. But yeah, it's I mean, it's just too risky for, me personally to want to take that trade. But yeah, I'd have to mess around with it to figure out if it's something that I found to be feasible or not. So I see no zones here anyway, so I wouldn't have taken this trade, but maybe I'll keep looking at it and then maybe take some like test trades to see if there's a decent entry to take. Dang, look at US 30 pushing back up. I wonder what's going to happen or if there's a new zone that's going to be created. Otherwise, I'll keep watching it. But other than that, I think that's it for Bitcoin. So let me see what else we have next on the list. So we're all done with Bitcoin right here. Next up, we have NASDAQ 100 for Merciba. So let me take a look at that real quick. And then after that, I'll go over the scalping strategy that I was just discussing for Radomir. So let me see, I got this closed right here. All right, cool. So let me see what we got next. Let me just fix this real quick. All right, let's see. what else we got next? So we have NASDAQ 100. I think I just analyzed that earlier, right? But I'm going to look at it again. So we have NASDAQ 100 right here. I'm going to go ahead and draw these zones on the 1 hour first. I'm going to go on the 1 hour, turn off the K² momentum indicator, and redraw these zones. I think these are the same zones I had earlier, but who cares? I'll redraw them. So let's see, we got this right here. These up here, and we got the small one right here. I mean, these zones down here are kind of irrelevant because price is so far above. I don't think it's going to drop that much farther today. But yeah, just looking at NASDAQ right here, guys, crazy spikes. Turn off this SR indicator. Or actually, let me see. So we actually have some higher zones right here. So I can just draw these just to have a better picture of, what's going on here. But you can see price like doesn't respect these zones at all, right? It just breaks right through them. So looking at current price right here, you can see that the NASDAQ kind of moves similar throughout the months throughout this entire month, where you have a range and then it has a bullish move, goes back into a range, then a bullish move, and then a huge spike down right here. Like I mentioned, I don't know what caused that spike. Let me see if there's an update on CNBC. Not really any crazy spikes here, or no news causing those spikes, overall, but it did have a huge spike all around for all the other pairs. So just looking at this here, let me see if there's any news. Yeah, no, nothing here to really dictate, where that move came from. But, just going back to NASDAQ right here, I would just stay away from NASDAQ, Marcel, because there's just, it's just the movement here has been crazy. Look at this huge spike. If you look at the NASDAQ from open right here, 6:30 a.m., it's dropped about 364 pips. So that's a big, huge drop. But, just like what Varun mentioned, he thinks that price is just going to go sideways for indices for the rest of the day because of this huge volatility movement, right? It's going to stabilize. I think what happened here is a lot of people got stopped out, and now they're just going to be hanging out because there's either a bunch of people who blew their accounts, or there's a whole bunch of people that got out in time to prevent getting caught in these spikes in price. And they're just hesitant to enter the market because you don't know if it's going to keep going up and correct, or if it's going to keep coming down. So that's why I would probably stay out of the market for now, because we just don't know what's going to happen for NASDAQ or for US 30 or for anything in general, really. But if it does come up here, I'm going to take that scalp entry because I just feel really confident that's probably going to hit. So let me just hide this right here. That's pretty much our range right there, guys. We pretty much want it to come up, test the pivot, maybe this upper pivot, and then come back down. And then I would take that entry for another sell. And if this ends up losing, it's fine, because what could happen here is price will probably come up above this structure and it'll come back down, retest the structure and the pivot, and I'll just recover that loss with a buy if that ends up happening. Yeah, Deshawn said technically that would have been a good scalp entry on NAS. So let me check this out real quick. Pivots, SRs. Actually, yeah, you're right. So Deshawn, this is actually a zone right here. So this technically would have been a nice scalp entry, or not a nice scalp entry, but it would have been a scalp entry right here for NASDAQ. So if we were to enter a short position right here, this would have been the scalp entry. So it technically would be active, but in some heavy drawdown right now. So this would have been the scalp entry. And this is why I would be careful, because we just don't know, how far it's going to push. If it's going to push and then come crashing back down, or if it's going to push and continue to push up here to hit, this area. So this is a bit of a risky trade. It's not something I would necessarily trade right now. This kind of makes me not want to trade US 30 as well because of how it's moving. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out, because we just don't know what's going to happen moving forward for this specific asset. So yeah, DeJohn said this manipulation is wild. Exactly, right? It's just spiking around like crazy. So I'm not trying to mess around with these trades if it's going to keep getting manipulated, because we're just not sure which way it's going to move. I'm happy with my profits. Like if you guys saw my profits from today, it's pretty nice. So If you guys are just joining the room, these are the profits I made for the scalps today. So this is the first scalp this morning. I made 290. The second scalp, I made 519. And the third scalp, I made 423. So I'm in profit pretty nice. This is on 2 accounts too. It's not just one. So I'm in profit about 2,200, I think, 2,200 this morning, which is not bad. It's not something to complain about. So I'm cool with this. If this provides another scalp entry, I might take it. But, you know, like I mentioned, I'm going to be careful. I'm also going to be careful with the Forex pairs as well, because there's just some crazy spikes in price as it, you know, continues to move on. So that's it for now. Let me see if there's anything else to look at before we continue moving forward. So let me see. I think the next question on the list is the US 30 scalp strategy. Okay, so Radomir, if you're still here, I'm going to go over your the scalp strategy for you to show you what I'm looking at, or you know what I'm looking for specifically, and then we'll continue on with you know, with the questions if there's anything else that's added on. So Vivian's asking, what time frame are you analyzing on? So for Forex, I analyze on the 4-hour time frame. For the scalping strategy, I analyze on the 10-minute time frame, because that's where I scalp. So those are the two main time frames that I trade on. Obviously for Forex, I use the 4-hour. That's where I draw all my zones. And then for the scalping, I use the 10-minute. But the strategies work on all time frames. Like literally, if you wanted to apply this on a different time frame, one of the time frames I scalp Forex on is on the 30-minute, which I use for GJ. GJ is one of my Forex pairs that I like to scalp. And, you know, just looking at GJ right here, it works pretty nicely as well. So like, for example, here we have like some nice rejections off zones right here. So I'll show you for an example right here. I used the scalping strategy on the 30-minute for GJ, and I'll just show you exactly, you know, what I was looking for here. So Radomir, I'll show you an example of how the strategy works for this specific pair right here. So for example, right here, I'm looking for, and I'm going to give you a basic overview because this is something that I'm not going to teach you guys just yet. You know, this is obviously something more advanced. So I'm only going to teach this to the more advanced K2 members. I'm probably not going to make a video for it. I'm only going to be teaching this live like I'm doing right now, because you have to be very quick with it. It's not something where you have time to really check off stuff. But like, for example, here, I want a rejection off a pivot where it's just a wick, right? A wick, no body. So the wick rejected off the pivot. It also rejected off the structure right here, which is the K2SR zone that I drew, you know, with having the indicator on right here. So with that said, we have a rejection off the zone, rejection off a pivot. Once that happens, I enter a long position right here. I just zoom out from that point, use the measuring tool for trading view. And then from this point, I let the trade run, right? At that point, I let it run, and well, you know, full TP with little to no drawdown at that point. So that's one entry right there. Another entry would have been the following candle. So we had one rejection for this red candle right here, where it rejects off the pivot and the SR level. And then again, right here with this green candle, we have a rejection off the pivot and off the zone as well. So those are the only two requirements that you need. You need a rejection off a pivot with no body within the pivot, and then a rejection off the zone, which gives a double confirmation for it. So right there, we have one win for about 33 pips. And then we have another win right here for another 38 pips. Actually, it was 38 pips, sorry. So for those two trades right there, they both would have hit full TP. So like 38 times 2, it'd be 76 pips right there. If you're trading a standard lot times 100 or times 10, you make 760 off this one trade right here for GJ. So that's an example of how I apply the strategy. I'll show you how I applied it for US 30 over here. Actually, let me get a clean chart because I don't want to mess that one up. I'm already trading on it. So, okay, right here, for example, we entered, so you can see these zones on the chart, right, Radomir? I'm just drawing the smaller zones to help with the, basically, so we can see exactly where the rejection points are. Because if I have these zones on the chart, it kind of makes it a little messy. But just using this for an example here, I'm going to go ahead and hide this right here. And you can see that we have the zone right here, right? So the first rejection, like the first requirement is the rejection off the pivot with no body, right? So for example, right here, we have this rejection with this red candle. If I zoom in, we have a rejection off the pivot, the green pivot, and we have a rejection off the zone. So having this said right there, I would enter a short position right here off this right here. And then I'll pretty much write it downwards for a quick scalp for 500 pips. So right there, full TP. Again, right here, same situation. We have, there's no entry right here because if you look at these two candles, their body is within the wick. I mean, within the pivot, right? So if the body's within the pivot, there's no entry there. However, for example, right here, we have a rejection off the pivot and rejection off the zone. So at this point, I would enter a short position for right here. And this hit full TP right there. And then again, right here with this red candle. So this red candle right here, the wick rejected off the pivot and it also rejected off the zone. So from that point, I enter another short position right here for 500 pips. I'm doing some quick scalps. I'm trying to get in and out of these trades pretty quickly. I just want to get in, make my profit, get out, and then do it again. So right here, one entry. Again, right here, we have a rejection off this point. Rejection off the pivot, rejection off the zone, another short position right there for 500 pips, full TP. And then it's followed by another position right here with this red candle, rejection off the pivot, rejection off the zone, enter a short position right there. And this is pretty much what we're aiming for. And that's how I made the profit right here this morning. So that's why I made 290 off this right here. I made 519 off that, and I made 423 off that as well. So I made profit off all those three trades right here that I just discussed with you. Let me see if there's anything else before we continue. I think there's another question. So I'm going to put this back over here. Let's see what else is here. Josh is asking, what's your TP when scalping? TP is always 500 pips. It's a fixed TP. So it's 500 pips for that as well. Talanji, please explain what you mean by pivot. You need to have the K2 indicators, Talanji, to have this right here. So in order to have these entries right here, you need the K2 indicators. This is the K2 pivots indicator, and these lines over here are the K2 SR indicator. So that's how you'll get these zones on the chart for you. You'll need that. And then you also need the K2 pivots indicator. So these are both K2 indicators that I use. If you want them, just go on the website, k2trades.com right here. And then you can sign up for the K2 strategies course right here. And that's how you'll get access to them. So let me see if there's any other questions here before we continue on. Let me just hide this right here. I'm still looking for that entry right here, guys. I still have my thing drawn up. I'm probably just waiting for it to come up to here, test the structure and the pivot, and then we'll take another sell for another short position. So let me see what else is here before we continue on. Here, let's see. Varun's asking, hey, Shawn, there's a software which connects MetaTrader to Telegram and automatically sends signals on Telegram based on the trades placed. I think you can make a different channel for scalps and use it. Yeah, actually I can probably try that out, Varun. Do you know what the program's called? If you can message it to me on Telegram, that'd be great. That maybe that'd be easier for you guys to take these trades. But in reality, scalping you can't really do with signals, right? It moves too fast. You'd have to know the strategy so you can take them right away. Because like, for example, those two scalp entries that we took over here this morning where we had the full TPs, like those are like impossible for me to share with you guys, right? I literally was calling them live, like, I'm taking this trade. If you guys want to take it, take it. So you guys can hop in that trade. Because literally, like once the scalp entry happens, you can easily like miss it. Or if you enter too late, you can hit stop loss because it would have hit TP before you would have even gotten into the trade. So if you want to send that to me, Bruno, I can take a look at it, but I don't think it's something that I would necessarily be giving for signals. This is something that you would have to learn how to apply on your own. And then when you identify it, you can easily take the trades on your own time. CT said, isn't that in the zone? I'm trying to figure out what you were referring to, CT. So the strategy doesn't matter if the price is within the zone. We only don't want the wick. We want the wick to wick off the pivot, and then it's just rejecting off the zone as well. So like, for example, right here, we have the wick rejecting off the pivot. We don't want the body within the pivot at all. It has to be outside. Like, for example, over here, these two wouldn't be entries. Like, we have it wicking off the pivots, but the body is within the pivot. So you can see if I highlight it over here, this yellow line goes through the body. Same with this red signal right here. It goes through the body, so there'd be no entry. But for example, right here, you can see that this wick right here wicked off the pivot, off the yellow and orange pivot, and the body is above, I mean, it's below the pivot. So the body's not within the pivot. It's rejecting off the pivot and the zone right here, and that would provide for an entry. The last scalp is right here. So the last scalp, the wick is off the pivot. So you see how the wick is, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So body outside the pivot, not the zone. It just needs to be a rejection off the zone and the pivot, but the body has to be outside of the pivot. So like, for example, right here, this wick wicked off this orange pivot, and then it's rejecting off this structure right here. So if you saw this real time right here, this would indicate that, you know, price is probably going to reject off the pivot and the zone, giving a double confirmation for it to come back down right there, which is exactly what happened. So that's pretty much what we're waiting for right here as well. We're waiting for another rejection off a pivot and the zone for us to take that entry. So I keep turning on the K2SRs to see if a new zone has created down here, because that happens sometimes where a new zone will get created within this area. And then from that point, we can use that for a threshold determining if that double confirmation has been met. Yeah, definitely. No problem, CT. This has been working like crazy for me, bro. I've been hitting a ton of profits, like especially this morning with you guys live. You guys saw me take them all live, and it paid off for all of us. You know, all of us made some nice profit off that. So let's see if there's anything else here. Dijon said, looks like a Morningstar candle. I mean, it could possibly. Me personally, I just don't really like looking at anything like that. So let me see real quick. Sorry guys, I'm getting a bunch of messages here on Telegram. Let me check my emails real quick too, because I think, all right, cool. Jeez, I got like 80 emails. So guys, I'm probably gonna get off this session soon because I got a bunch of emails to get through. But other than that, let me see if there's any other questions. So I went over the scalping strategy. We have one more. We have one more for short scene right here for gold. And then once I take a look at gold, I'll probably be getting off for the day, guys, because I have a ton of emails to get through today. Let's see. So skill trade said, so it doesn't matter which of the pivots it rejects off. The rejection happens off as long as it's coupled with a rejection off the zone. Exactly, skill trade. We want a rejection off the pivot and a rejection off the zone. Those are the two main things right there. Other than that, I think that's about it for the most part. Here, let's see. Lisa said, Shawn, once the pivots are below the last SR level, do we wait for new SR zones? Well, not necessarily, because you can see right here, price came below it and then it came back for a retest, right? So two things can happen here. Like price can either come up, test this pivot and this zone. It's kind of similar to what happened right here, right? So if you look at this right here, you can see that this is a huge wick, right? That could happen again where it just wicks up and then comes back down. And at that point, we can take another entry. In the vice versa. So say if price swings up this way, and it's above the zone, right? This is what could happen. This could swing up this way. It can test the pivot. Like if this pivot reaches this area, it'll test the pivot. And then if it swings back up, then we can take a buy position instead. You can scalp in either way. You just have to trade in the direction of the trend. And we're basically catching these little pivots off these price points. Like for example, over here, let me see if I could find one in this way. So looking at the same zone right here, right? We have, a nice rejection off this point. So in the opposite direction, you can see price swung from below to above to below to above. And again, right here, we have a rejection off the pivot, this green pivot right here and yellow pivot, and also rejection off the zone. So from this point right here, we can take a long position right here for about 500 pips. And that would have hit full TP again right here in the opposite direction. So you can see that it works pretty nicely in both ways. See, CT said, seems like with scalp, you should change your risk to above the zone. So I don't do that, CT, because you're just going to be over leveraging, right? Because if you're doing that, you're not trading at a 1-to-1. For me, I don't care if I take a loss because the win rate for this is so high. Right here, we have 3 wins. And if I was to take a loss on the other one, I'll just take that 500 pip loss. I don't need to put it above here because if I have it too high, look how much risk we're going to have, 136, or I guess 1,306 pips. Sorry, 1,360 pips. So if I did that, I would have wiped out all of these losses. I mean, all of these wins, because I had 1,500 pips off here. And if I did that, you know, if I try to bet off this one trade because I think it's going to come down, then I'd be risking this much. I pretty much threw away all my profits here. If I lose 500 off this trade, it doesn't matter because I already made 1,500 off here. I still take home 1,000, right? So that's why I don't adjust a stop loss at all. I just leave the stop loss where it's at, and I just do it for a 1-to-1, regardless as to where the entry point is. You said GU example for the scalp. I don't scalp it on GU, but I could show you an example if it does work. I personally haven't tested it on anything else. You need to test like it needs to be applied on something that is highly volatile. That's why I use GJ, for example, not anything else. I use GJ and I use US30 because those are both very volatile pairs, right? GU is kind of volatile, but not as volatile as GJ. But let me see if there's any entries here that are possible. So actually, there's a decent one right here. So this one actually just happened. So if I go and I draw this zone right here, and then I go ahead and zoom out from this point. So I'll go ahead and replay it from this candle right here. So yeah, looking at this candle over here, price is below the pivots. We have a sell right there. So if I wanted to take this trade right here, I'll zoom out, enter a short position right here. And this would have probably been the entry. So for this right here, obviously we have the rejection off the pivots. It's rejecting off the zone as well. This entry would actually be higher right there. If I also let this run, looks like it didn't hit full TP yet, but it's on its way down there. Oh, let me see. Actually, let me go to. Wait, did you message me, CC? I don't have a message from you. I showed you one. Is it accurate? Which one did you send, CC? I don't see anything from you. Did you send me a chart, or I'm on Telegram right now? I don't see anything. I'm trying to figure out which one you sent. Unless you sent it on here, I don't see any links from you. But this would have been the entry here if we were to take this. You know, stop loss would probably be a little closer, like right there. Maybe around like 33 pips. So if that was the case, then it would have hit full TP already right there for GU. So I guess it does work with other pairs. I just haven't tested it myself. I only tested on GJ and US30 because obviously you need something that's highly volatile. So this would be one entry right here, and then you know, full TP. And then again right here with this red candle, you can see that we have a rejection off the pivot and a rejection off the zone. So you can take another short position right here as well. And then, I mean, obviously that would hit full TP as well, right? So 2 full TPs right there for 33 pips and then 28 or 20 pips. And you guys can see, you know, how accurate it is for the most part. And then again, right here, we have a rejection off this zone right here. And it's a rejection off the pivot as well. So if we were to take this trade right here, you know, using the same zone, it's another full TP right there for another 21 pips. Okay, let me see. Just send it to me right now. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so this is the same one that I just looked over right now. This lines up perfectly. So looking at this right here, this is a CT's chart. He just sent it over to me. That's the same one that I just went over right here. So yeah, that would be a good entry. So maybe it does work good with GJ. I mean, GU. I just haven't really looked at it, so I can't. I don't want to tell you guys it works for certain pairs when I obviously have no idea if it does or doesn't. So I mean, obviously it looks like it works. So if you guys want to test it out, I mean, you guys can make a ton of profit off this as well. But yeah, so you see this lines up perfectly like the one I just drew right here. So you have that off the before the big candle, which is this one right here. So lines up perfectly. You identified the same one that I identified, so it looks good. And this like makes you want to scalp everything now, not just US 30, because it looks like it works good all around, right? It doesn't look like it necessarily only applies to US 30 or GJ. I mean, I could literally apply this for anything, but obviously, you know, I would want to apply it with something that moves fast. I mean, GU does move decently, but I want something that moves a lot faster. That's why I use GJ for the example usually. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily only have to apply to GJ. So like looking at GJ over here, if I pull back, I mean, there's a ton of entries here. Just looking at everything, how everything's moved from this point. So like, for example, right here, this is a nice entry right here as well. So if I rewind from this place right here, you can see that we have the rejection off the, actually there's like 3 entries right here. So if I hide this right here, there's 3 entries right here. There's more. There's a ton of entries right here looking at GJ, because we have the rejection from this point, rejection from this point right here, rejection from this point, rejection from this point. So you can stack positions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 positions right here. So we have a short position right here. Let me zoom out from this point. We have a short position right here. We have another short position right here. We have another short position right here. And then we have another short position right there. So if we like stack all these scalps right here and we let it run, Jesus, look at that profit, guys. That's crazy. Okay, so we have 50 pips. So we got 38 times 3 plus 50 pips. That's a 164 pip profit off this little move right here off GJ. And then if you stack those up and you take a standard lot and multiply it by 10, you could have locked in like 1,640 off this this nice move right here, because it would have hit this TP eventually, and then it would hit these TPs all together right here as it moved down. So this strategy is actually really nice when applying it. So it's definitely something that I'm going to be applying a lot more. But here for US 30, I'm still waiting for this to come back up. I think it's going to come up, reject off this point. If it does, then I can take an entry from there. But yeah, I mean, you guys have seen how it's been applied. It's pretty simple. Radomir is asking, Shawn, for scalping strategy, US 30, you draw the zones on the 10-minute? Yes, that's correct. So depending on where you're scalping, if you're scalping on the 30-minute, then you'd use a 30-minute. If you're scalping on the 10-minute, then use the 10-minute. The same strategy, I think, works on the higher time frames too. So let me go ahead and show you real quick. Right, let me just look, because I haven't looked myself. But let me see if I could find it here. So I'm going to go to US 30, and I'm going to see if I can apply it on the higher time frames, because I think it works there as well. So looking at this right here, we're on the 30-minute. I normally do it on the 10-minute, but it looks like it works perfectly fine on, wow, look at this. I can make a lot of profit off this. Shit, look at this. This looks nice. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and back this up from right here, because this would be the first entry. Damn, this is a clean entry right here. Okay. The only problem with trading on the higher time frames is there's just a lot more risk involved, right? Obviously. So this actually qualifies for a lot of entries. So like looking at this area right here, we have an entry right here as well. It's the same zone. So it rejected off this point. You can take a short position right there for about 800 pips. Again, right here, this is another entry where we have the rejection off the pivot and the zone for another 800 pips right there as well. So technically you can use any time frame, it looks like. It's just I use a 10-minute because it's a lot faster. I just want to enter a trade and just let it be. but it looks pretty nice right here as well. So you can see that there's trades on both sides, right? We just have one zone right here, but rejection off this point in this direction. Here's another buy right here. So 850 pips right there, another 800 pips right there, another 800 pips there. That's a pretty nice profit. 850 plus 800 plus 800. That's a 2,450 pip profit. Taking this here on the 30, and it looks like the 30 is actually a lot smoother. So it looks like I mean, geez, look, there's a ton of entries here, guys. That's not the only entry. Like there's one here. There's a couple over here as well. I mean, there's a ton of entries here that you can take. The only problem with trading on the higher time frame is the risk, right? Obviously, that's going to be the biggest problem, the risk. But if the market's moving like crazy, like how it's been moving today, that it might be better for you to have a higher stop loss. So I mean, give or take, it just depends on how you want to trade it. If you want to go for a riskier move, then obviously you can apply it on the 10-minute like I do. If you want to take a less riskier move, you can apply it on the 30-minute like it's done right here, because there's still a bunch of entries here that are like totally available as well. Like right here, we have a rejection off this point. And then there could be a sell entry right here for a gain of like 1,200 pips. So if you're going for these bigger moves, I mean, technically it does work as well. It's just, in my opinion, it just seems a lot riskier because, it's kind of hard to tell whether your risk is just going to be too high. Obviously, you could use smaller lot sizes and run these bigger positions, but I personally am better off with like the smaller ones. Here, let me see. CT is asking, are you finding zones on the same time frame or the 4-hour, then scalp it to the 30? So if I'm scalping CT, if I'm using US 30, right? If I'm scalping on the 30-minute, then I'm going to use the 30-minute zones. If I'm scalping on the 10-minute, I'm using 10-minute zones. So you use the specific zones for that specific asset. And if you want to go on the higher time frames, you can do that as well. But I personally would just use the specific time frame for that asset. So I would just stick on that specific time frame. If you're trading the 10-minute, or if you're trading the 30-minute, stay on that specific time frame as well, because you want to have the most accurate zones for that specific time frame, since you're just trying to scalp within those little moves. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for that strategy. Let me see if I can go over the last question. What was another one for short scene? He wanted me to look at gold real quick. So let me just look at that. I analyzed it earlier, and I mentioned that you probably shouldn't trade it right now, but I'm going to go ahead and analyze it again real quick. Yeah, no problem, CT. Man, this is really profitable, bro. I think if you keep playing around with it, you'll see exactly what I saw. Because the thing was, I saw a lot of people scalping, it made me want to scalp. So I was like, I'm going to create my own scalping strategy, like a brand new one. So that's why I figured this pattern out. And then I back tested it and I was like, damn, this is super accurate. So thankfully it paid me well today. I'll send you guys my prop. Actually, I'll do it right now. So I'm going to log my new FTMO, or not my new FTMO, but like I had the payout. So they gave me I'm back to 100K on that one. But let me check this real quick. Yeah, Mark, you on this chat, I just saw your message right now. It does pay, right? I was mentioning this to you last week, bro, but you said you didn't hear what I mentioned, but it's all good. I'll show you what I mean with this strategy later. Maybe I'll get on a session with you with the London group and pretty much the rest of the backtesting crew, so that we can discuss this new strategy, because it's making me a ton of money, guys, and obviously I want to share it with you guys, because there's enough profits to go around. I mean, obviously you saw this morning, everyone logged in a ton of profits with me. I'm just going to log into my MT4 on here so I can send you guys my profits. What the heck? Man, dude, MT4 I think they're creating a new account again. I mean, a new server, FTMO. They keep changing the server names. Sorry, I was reading my account login out loud. Password. All right. All right, nice. Okay, cool. So what happened was I had my account reset. So these are my profits for the day. Yeah. Send this to you guys. Nice. The profits are real nice. So let me just send this to you guys in the chat real quick. Sorry, let me get this over here. So I can show you guys what I made today. So I have 2 FTMO accounts. Obviously, you guys know that. And then I had to get another account reset. So I'm gonna post this up over here real quick, and I'll show you guys exactly what I made today. So I have 2 FTMO accounts. It didn't run on my other account. Unfortunately, I didn't have it linked up. But on my first one right here, I made about 1,569 on that one account. And then for this one, I made about 1,143. So these are the trades that we took this morning. You know, obviously you combine them together. So if you add that together, I made, how much did I make today? 1,569.74 plus 1,143.78. So I made a total of 2,713. So 2,713 and 52 cents this morning with these 2 accounts. You know, I took some fucking, like, this trade was a trip, bro. I took 10 lots on that because I forgot to change it to the last one. So unfortunately, fortunately, I got out of that trade and I made some crazy profit off that, $600 within like a few seconds. And then for this one, you know, a little less, obviously, because I got out at a different time. But this is, yeah, it's pretty much it. Varun's asking, Shawn, did you raise the monthly fee to 200? So Varun, the monthly fee was raised for new members on the 1st. So I'm not sure when you joined, Varun, but you know, we gave warnings throughout the whole year last year that price was going to go up for the following year, and it went up for new signups. But if you signed up last year, then you're able to maintain the previous price. So you locked in that previous price if you signed up previously, but for the new members that sign up, you know, obviously they don't lock in the old price because they weren't part of K2 before. So price did go up for new signups. So if you were with us last year, you lock in the old price, but now price has gone up. Here, let me check this real quick. Aaron over here is getting rich. Now Aaron just sent me a message. So let me just give an update right here. Killed it with US 30 scalps. All right, cool. So I'm just going to share this with the rest of the groups. So you guys saw how much profit I made on these 2. I'm just going to go ahead and share this over here real quick. All right, nice. So I just share that amongst the groups so you guys can see what I made today. You know, obviously I locked in a ton. First profit right there, straight wins. Second profit right there, straight wins. So even though I didn't catch the full move this morning for the US 30 entry, I'm completely fine because I'm content with how, you know, how much profit I made today. So doing pretty good on that. Let me see if there's anything else. So Skillstrate said the key for me is to be able to apply the scalping strategy to Forex since I use small accounts, can't trade US 30. I'm happy I got in when I did, saved by the bell, exactly, Skillstrate. So you can actually apply this, I would say on the 30-minute to you know, lock in these entries. That's pretty much what I would personally do if you're applying it on Forex. But you know, obviously we would have to fix the other the other requirements, because I haven't used it on Forex that much. I only use it on GJ. So I don't really want to tell you that it works on Forex yet because I haven't applied it. But if you want to go back test it, you can. Obviously, it works very well with US 30, but it also works very well on GJ as well. So I recommend using it on a fast moving pair if you decide to use it for that. Yeah, Emmanuel, I got multiple funded accounts. Are you new? Emmanuel, you've been here for a while, bro. I've showed you guys all my funded accounts. Um, yeah, they're funded accounts. I had to get a new account because I guess they changed when they changed the servers. I had a position open that I wasn't supposed to have open, so it kind of fucked up my account. And then they gave me a brand new one. So I have uh multiple funded on there. Let's see what else we got here. Rin said I thought I was missing something. Cameron said, so does the scalping strategy work on most pairs? I'm gonna start back testing it. So Cameron, I would test it on the fast moving pairs. So I'd probably test it on the JPY pairs. They probably work pretty well. Maybe the major pairs too. So maybe the major pairs, the JPY pairs, and then the Euro odd and Euro NZD crossovers. So EA, EN, GA, and GN, something that moves really fast because, obviously when you're scalping, you need to trade something that is volatile. Yes, Emmanuel. Emmanuel's like, so you have Team already funded stage 3? Yes, stage 3. If you look at so like, here's where you can see my, that it's funded, right? Because for a funded account, you can't have a withdrawal, right? So here's my, my other posts. I just don't want to look through it again because I have to go and change the history on my thing. But looking at right here, you can see this is my FTMO when it was WS30. There's a withdrawal right there, right? You can't make withdrawals on challenges. You can only do that on funded accounts. So they're all, here's the withdrawal right there on the funded account. That's how you know that they're really funded because you can do withdrawals on them. And, this is all taken from just using the US 30 strategy. Like a lot of people keep failing FTMO, and I tell you guys exactly how I pass it. I only do one thing. I trade US 30 using the K2 strategies, and you guys can be profitable and pass the FTMO too. But everyone here wants to do their own thing, and that's cool. But I already give you guys the blueprint how to pass. But if you don't want to take that blueprint, then it's really on you whether you want to use it or not, because it's available to everyone. Let me see if there's anything else here before we continue on. Sorry, short scene. I know you wanted me to look at gold, so I'll just analyze gold again real quick. This is the analysis I did earlier, short scene. Basically, what I mentioned was that price is ranging within here. And what I see happening is, obviously, there's going to be a lot of whipsaws right here, right? I mentioned that people entered like a buy position here. And the problem with this is it whipsawed down about 176 pips, which would, stop people out. Because the problem with gold right now is that the sentiment is super high. There's so many people that are long for gold, 83%. So I think what's going to happen is they're going to keep spiking price around back and forth right here, where, this could easily, pretty much spike back and forth. So it's going to be ranging within this area. I wouldn't take a buy until it closes above here, and I wouldn't take a sell until it closes below here as well. So it would have to close above here or below here in order for you to take this trade, because you don't want to enter something and then it ends up spiking down. You get stopped out. Also, you don't want to enter something in this direction and then it spikes up and then you get stopped out that way as well. So just keep that in mind for gold. I personally wouldn't trade it right now. It's just way too manipulated. Emmanuel said, I'm taking the blueprints. It's compulsory. Yeah, Emmanuel. I mean, if you guys want to be able to pass your FTMO and just be consistently profitable, trading how I do every day, just sign up on the website, k2trades.com, click on K2 Trading Strategy course. And then you can see here, like I record everyone's profits, looking at my saved messages over here. This is just from today, right? We have Varun over here. He locked in 529. Congrats. He made his way out of that hole that he was in, scalping with us this morning. Took these trades, nice profits. Lisa over here locked in 870. This covers your subscription for like a long time, for like a whole year, basically. Lisa locked in some profits right there with the John, some nice scalp profits right there. Tam, everyone in K2 is eating, guys. It's not just me. Like I could show you guys my profits as well, but I'd rather show you guys profits from actual K2 members right here, because this goes to show that this actually works, right? If this didn't work, then nobody would be making profits. And I give everyone the blueprint. Everyone here has the strategies. Everyone here is winning, doing their own thing. And it's really up to you. It's up to you if you guys want to sign up and have access to everything like everyone else and be profitable. And if you guys don't, then that's completely fine. You guys can still sit in on these sessions for completely free. Catch my trades as I take them. And you can still profit that way. That way you can make money to actually get the system and do it yourself. Because obviously it takes all the guesswork out of the trades, right? I've already showed you there's only 2 requirements: reject off the pivot, reject off the zone, and then straight money right here. So, it's available to you guys if you guys want it. If not, it makes no difference. You guys are still welcome to sit in here and, copy my trades. But, obviously if you want to apply it yourself, it's available to you. Either way, we're going to make profit regardless, whether you sign up with K², whether you don't. You're going to keep following us every day and you'll see everyone's profits day in, day out. So I think that's about it. Let me see if there's anything else here before we continue. So let's see. Lisa said, Shawn, on my TV, the rectangle only opens up to the right. Is there a way to get it? Yeah, Lisa. So double click on your rectangle. So just double click on it like that. Go to style and then click extend right and extend left. So right here, this is how yours looks, right? You only have it to the right. If you click this right here, it'll extend to both directions. No, it's Lanji. The strategies come with everything. The reason for that, so that people can confirm the trades, right? So you have the indicator plus you have the signal, so you guys can see when I take my actual trades, and then you can confirm your identification. So say if you identify a scalp here, right? If I call the scalp 2, then you'll know that trade's 100% because we both identify the same thing. But there's no separate for just indicators only, Talanji. You just have to get the full package. The reason for that is because I want you guys to have full access to everything. Obviously, if you have full access to everything, it'll better your odds in being successful at trading because you'll have all the tools that I use. So I think that's about it, guys. Let me see if there's anything else here before we continue. Varun said today's session was scalpers only. Exactly, Varun. It seems like all you guys like that, like me scalping live with you guys, because I started this last Friday and then I did it again today. And it seems like you guys really like this. So instead of me like really analyzing other things, I'll probably focus on scalping and then I'll answer questions along the way as well. Because it seems like that's what everyone wants. And we're all making a ton of profit scalping. So that'll probably be beneficial for all of us. Lisa said, looks like Euro USD is approaching scalp zone for SR. Is that on the 30-minute, Lisa? Let me pull up Euro USD real quick. Or which time frame are you looking at? Maybe I'll take that trade too. John said, we like the scalping. Here's the scalping. Yes. Yeah, exactly, guys. Scalping is actually where I shine the best, guys. I'm a really good scalper. It's just I stopped because I wanted some time off from scalping. Or just from being on the computer all day, right? I didn't like being on the computer like 24/7. So that's why I stopped scalping. But now that I've seen the potential after finding this new strategy, I'll probably start scalping again, make some more money. So looking at Euro USD right here, let me see on the 10-minute. Okay, so if you wanted to scalp Euro USD, you could do this right here as well. You can see that we have some nice rejections off this point, right? Like we have a rejection off this point and it's off the zone. So if you took that for a short position, looks like you'd hit full TP right there, 13 pips. So that's one right there. And then we have another rejection off this point as well. So we have a rejection right there off the zone. If you took that right there, another win right here. So another win for 13 pips right there. Another candle following it right here, this red candle, another win right there. So 3 back-to-back wins right there for Euro USD. Again, right here on this lower end, 4 wins right there. Let's see if there's anything else. This right here, this looks like a risky one. It cuts into the zone, so I wouldn't have taken it. But this is what Lisa's looking at right here. So she's looking at Euro USD. So in order for this to be a valid entry, this would have to spike up to this wick right here and then come back down. So it has a wick that's crossing this pivot right here, but no body. And then if it comes back down, then that would be a valid entry for a short position right here. So it does look pretty decent on this right here. It does look pretty decent right here if this ends up closing above it. But yeah, we would just have to wait for it to close. We have about 6 minutes left on this candle. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to zoom through these Forex pairs to see if there's any entries before we we move forward. I mean, obviously the market's moving kind of crazy right now, so I might hold off on these Forex entries until things have like pretty much stabilized, because I mean, everything has just moved kind of crazy this morning. KJPY. And I just don't want to enter more trades if like the market's going to keep moving crazy like this. I'd rather wait for it to stabilize for us to take these entries, because I don't want to get caught in any of these fake outs right here. So I think for the most part, the euro pairs, I mean the Forex pairs are kind of messy right now. So I'll probably hold off on calling any of these trades. I'll give an update in the chat, guys. Don't worry. I'll give an update to inform you guys of what's going on in the market for the people that aren't in this live session. But obviously, if you guys are in this live session, you guys saw how everything started moving around pretty crazy. So I don't see anything for Forex anyways. Look at this huge spike for UCAD. Damn, it's crazy. So it shot up here. Let's see, the move started from down here. It shot up like nearly 100 pips. And then from this point, it wicked all the way back down. Like 45 pips. That's a crazy spike down. And this is a time when we should probably hold off on entering these longer positions. I think right now is a scalping market, guys. Honestly, I think we can make a ton of profit scalping right now versus applying these 4-hour entries, because with all these whipsaws in price, it's better to just lock in these profits before. Ooh, this looks nice right here, Lisa, the one that you identified. So I think what would be good on this point is if this rejects off it and it closes as a red candle, kind of similar to what happened right here. See how it wicked up and then it came back down, closed as a red candle, and then you could have taken this for a short position right here. So same situation right here. I'd want this to close a little lower so that we can take this for a nice little scalp. I'll probably scalp this with you guys if it ends up closing. Emmanuel said, what lots do you use to trade your FTMO challenge? I use a standard lot for my US 30 trades. Short scene said, nice session today. Definitely short scene. Glad you made it. Let's see. Lisa said 10 minute. Okay, cool. So I look at that there. Emma said USD CAD sell. I wouldn't take the sell just yet. So just looking at USD CAD over here, it still has a bullish bias. Sorry, I missed. Yeah, Emma. So right here, it still has a bullish bias. So I wouldn't take a sell just yet. I'd wait for a sell signal to appear and for it to close below the structure down here, because it still has a bullish bias and the US dollar still looks a little strong. There's just some unusual movement on this right here as we're moving. Yeah, no problem, Lisa. Lisa said, thanks, Shawn, for your USD analysis. I need your guidance on scalps a bit more to make it all gel. Yeah, definitely. It takes practice. Like for me, guys, I've been scalping for a long time. So, I don't expect you guys to be able to spot these things as well as I do. But yeah, Lisa, I'd wait for this to close below here. We want, like this right here, a nice wick up and then a close below down here. This is actually a perfect example where it wicks above and then it comes back down. We have about 2 minutes left on this candle, so we still have time. Sorry, guys, let me just hate these stupid scammers in the chat. Let me see in the indices chat. And these shitty like online trading groups. All right. Delete. All right, cool. So let's see. Yeah, Lisa, if you want this to be your mentoring session, I mean, we can do this on here as well. Just let me know, because I know some people like to have their private sessions, but if you want to, damn, Aaron, can you leave me alone, bro? Aaron's calling me. What's up, Aaron? Bro, I'm on the live. Why are you calling me? No, you're on speaker. You're on my ear. No, you're not on speaker. You gonna say something? Oh, you say? I usually just wait. Because oh yeah, no, for sure. I saw that right now, man. You're rich now, bro. Yeah, you're not a speaker. I'm just talking to you on my phone. Yeah, man, keep getting it, bro. All right, man, I'm gonna get back to this live session. All right, bro. Congrats, bro. Talk to you later. So Aaron's over here locking in profits from my trades. Obviously, he had to call me to let me know. Good for him. So yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, Lisa, if you want to have this as your mentoring session, just let me know, and I'll send over your the link so you can actually talk. Because that could work out as well. So let me see if there's anything else here before I continue on. Deswell said US 30 hit stop loss. Let me see. Yeah, so hopefully you guys close out this position, right? Because price got really close to full TP over here. And I mentioned that you guys should move your stop loss in profit to TP1 or just close it in profit. So hopefully you guys followed what I mentioned earlier because the market's just moving crazy right now. So that's pretty much it for this position right here. This got like literally a pip away from full TP. You can see from right here, it literally skipped it. So if I go on the 1 minute chart right here, you guys can see that this literally, actually, let me go back and just put that back on. So looking at this right here, if we go to the 1 minute chart, you can see that it literally missed it by like a pip. So that's why if you guys were watching this live, I mentioned that you guys should have closed it on here. Right there, it's like a pip off. So hopefully you guys close out on profit. I mean, you guys had a lot of opportunity to close out on profit because it was like within this area this whole time. It actually dropped down on TP1 twice. So you should have moved your stop loss in profit if you're using the exit strategy. Otherwise, if you didn't, it's unfortunate. But you guys got to stay on top of your trades, especially around this time when the market's just moving crazy. So that's it for your USD right there. Obviously over here, we made some pretty deep profits for US 30. So let's see, some people are asking my profits for US 30 today. I'll show you right here. So these are my profits for US 30 today, 290, 519, and 423. I also posted in the groups as well. Over here, we had, here's my 3 wins right here, back to back, full straight wins. And then again, right here, full straight wins as well. We had a stupid loss last night. I took this trade, but I fell asleep and I forgot to close it out. But I only lost 51 bucks on there, but I made, a ton of profits off US 30 this morning with you guys here on the live. So that was pretty much good from that point. Let me see. Medvesk is asking, can you show us US 30, please? So for US 30 right here, Medvesk, we're pretty much just waiting for this to test a zone and a structure. We're trying to scalp it, but we don't have any entries for it right now. Obviously, US 30 is moving pretty crazy right now. It's retesting this support over here. So once it tests this support, it can either reject off this point or it can break above it and continue up further. So we have a bullish bias right here. Obviously, we have a bullish candle right here. So using this as an example, we have the rejection from this point right here. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. So we have a rejection right here. We have the buy signal right here. Now what we're waiting for is for price to break the structure above here, right? If price breaks and closes past the structure, then obviously it might continue pushing out further. Vice versa, price can reject off this point and provide a sell signal, kind of similar to what happened right here. We had a rejection. We had the sell signal right here. And then it dumped down pretty heavily. It was a break and retest, rejection, sell signal, and it dropped. So the same thing can happen right here. We can have the rejection followed by a sell signal, but if not, price can break above it and it'll continue up further from there. So yeah, Medvesk, it looks like you entered this room late. You can go ahead and rewind the replay. We're calling live trades on here. If you want the premium signals are also sent in the premium groups right here, the K2 premium groups. So if you want to sign up, just go on the website, k2trades.com. right here, k2trades.com. And then you can sign up for the signals or for the strategy course if you want to learn the strategy. So that's available to you if you want it. But if you want to go and rewatch our live session today, you can just go and rewind this this replay MedVest. And we took all these trades live today, where we hit these profits right here. Obviously, looking at the save photos right here, Varun took this as well. He made profit off US 30. Lisa took this profit off US 30. Dejan took this profit off US 30. Some more profits by Lisa, Tam, literally everybody here that was just hanging out. We all made a ton of profit off this morning. And these are all from today. So here's Mark right here as well. Some nice profit off my scalps. Literally everybody, Jazz, some more from Mark, some more from Tam, Michael, everyone's profiting here. So if you want to go back and rewatch it, you can check it out. Obviously these sessions are free, MedVest. You don't need to pay for anything. You can just sit in on these sessions and watch me trade. But if you want the actual signals, like for example here, if you want the actual signals with the parameters like here, like sell US 30, target, stop loss, then you'd have to sign up to the premium. Obviously, that's what the premium covers. But if you just want to sit in on the sessions, you can also sit in for free. There's no requirement that you pay for anything specific. Oh, look at this right here. Nice. So this is US 30 right here. It's rejecting off this last pivot and it's rejecting off the zone. So I might take this for another scalp. Let me see if there's another. All right, nice. So if you guys want to hop in on this with me, we got about 5 minutes left on this candle. I'll wait for it to close and then you guys can enter this with me if you guys want to. You guys don't need to, but if you do, I'm going to take the trade. So let me see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, so CT sent me an EU chart. Let me see if I could pull that up real quick. Nice. So CT mentioned divergence coming for EU. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So CT is looking at this on the 30-minute. I think the 30-minute actually works better. I think this is better for you, Lisa, using the 30-minute versus the 10-minute because there's a lot of noise on the 10-minute, right? But if you're looking at the 30-minute, this is actually a way cleaner entry right here that CT just drew up. So right here, if price comes up, rejects off this pivot and rejects off the zone, it could be a very, very nice setup for a sell right here. So I would probably use the 30-minute versus the 10-minute because the 30-minute, there's just too much noise and there's just not enough, there's not enough volatility on there to really catch something. You might get stopped out before it even hits. So I'm going to wait for this, guys. This looks like a nice entry. So I'm going to be getting ready for this trade on my FTMO. Let me have this ready right here. All right. So I have my FTMO ready, or my MT4 actually. I have my MT4 ready to take this sell. If we do take the sell right here, I'm going to take a short position from this point right here. And then obviously you're going for 500 pips in both directions. See what else you got over here. Look at this, man. Good job, Karen. So Karen just messaged me right now. She said, Shawn, the scalping strategy is awesome. Look what she made. Whew, look at that. $1,000. Man, that's nice. Congrats, Karen. I don't know if you're in here right now, but if you are, big congrats. Just message you real quick. Yeah, nice. So Karen locked in some nice profits off that. There's another K2 member, with some profits. It's not just me. Literally, we're all killing it right now. So that's some nice profits from everybody. I'm glad everyone's killing it because it's not just me making profits. I like seeing everybody else make profits as well. I do have this pending right here for about 2 minutes. If this ends up closing, I'll take a short position. But keep in mind, guys, that this is going to be a risky trade. Okay, don't I'm going in this with the worst outcome in mind already, because it is, the market is moving kind of crazy, but I will let this play out from here. Let's see. I'm getting a ton of people messaging me like, hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? Don't know if you remember my conversation, but can you pass my FTMO? Man, everybody wants me to pass your FTMO for them. But guys, I'm not going to pass FTMOs for you because what happens is I pass the FTMOs for people. And what happens is they just end up blowing their account once they get funded because they don't know how to trade. That's why I'd rather teach you guys how to trade so you guys can take these trades without depending on me, right? Because I'm not going to trade your FTMO forever. It makes no sense for me to do that when I can just trade my own. So if you guys want to pass FTMO, just learn the strategy. You guys can see how easy it is and how simple it is to apply. And it's available to you guys. You know, it's not like I'm hiding anything. It's like I'm showing you guys exactly what I'm doing, and I'm taking the same trades. So if you guys want me to pass the FTMOs, I'm not passing them anymore for these. Oh, Emmanuel, is that you, bro? Read the whole message. Yeah, I didn't see your whole message because I only have that little cutoff here, bro. But I'm not going to pass FTMOs for people anymore because, like I mentioned, Emmanuel, you said the time zone difference is the reason. Wait, time zone shouldn't matter, Emmanuel, because the thing is, if I pass it for you, time zone doesn't mean anything though. Because the thing is, if I pass your FTMO and you're complaining about time difference, how are you going to keep trading when you're funded? Because I'm not going to keep trading for you, right? I'm only going to pass it for you, but I'm not going to keep trading for you once you're funded. So if time zone is an issue, here, let me see. Here, I'll read your message later, Emmanuel, because I don't know if you want me to read this out loud because you sent a pretty long message. Because you said our time zones are so different that, to take the US 30. But the thing is, you can learn this and apply it on your own. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Emmanuel. Like you're begging me to pass your FTMO, but the thing is, it's not going to make a difference because once you're funded, here, sorry guys, let's enter this trade. Sorry, Emmanuel, I got to take a break from responding to you real quick. All right, so I'm in this for a sell right now. All right, so I'm in the trade currently. Let me see if I could fix this right here. So Emmanuel, sorry, I'll get back to your question. We hit TP2 for NTD CAD, guys. So if you guys took my call earlier, we hit TP2. I'll give the update for that as well. But Emmanuel, I'll explain to you what I'm trying to get across to you right now, because you're asking me to pass your FTMO, but it doesn't make a difference if you're located in West Africa, if you're located in South Africa, if you're located in Japan, China, it doesn't matter, because you can still find things to trade on your own time zone. You don't have to trade US 30. You can trade Euro USD, you can trade AUD/JPY, you can trade UK 100 if that works for your time zone, right? The thing is, I mean, you've been asking me to pass your FTMO for a long time now. And the answer is still the same, Emmanuel. I'm not going to pass it for you because the thing is, even if I pass it for you, you're going to, once you're funded, you're just going to lose the account. You're going to lose your money. So what's the point of me doing it for you if you're not going to be able to sustain the account yourself, right? It's not that I don't want to pass it for you. It's just that I don't want you to waste your money because you're going to pay for this FTMO. I'm going to pass it for you. Obviously, I can pass it for you. You see how easy it is for me to win. I could pass it for you, but once you're funded, you're going to lose the account. So like, I'm not trying to put you in that situation where you don't know what to do once you're funded, right? Because I'm not going to keep trading for you. Obviously, I don't have time to do that. And, you know, I already have 3 FTMOs. So why would I? It just wouldn't make sense because you're going to try to give me a little cut of your profit, but it's not going to make any sense because I'm making enough on my own. So Emmanuel, I'll go back and reread your message again real quick. But just a reminder to you guys, we're currently in this position. And, you know, just going back to like what you asked, Emmanuel, like, I'm not trying to not do your FTMO for you, right? I would do it for you, but I don't want you to waste your money because I know, you know, you said you're located in Nigeria and I don't want you to waste your money because it's expensive to do at FTMO. The thing is, if I pass your FTMO, then you start taking trades on your own and you fail it right away, you would have lost all the money that you put into the FTMO and basically getting me to pass it for you. So I personally, won't do it for you. And it's not because I don't want to, it's because I don't want you to waste your money. So what I recommend is like actually learn how to use these strategies because you've had access before, Emmanuel. I know you've been with K2 for like a while, like last year. And yeah, because I'm looking at your message and I said, trust me, I'm not lazy. I want to stick to your blueprints, but I'm in Nigeria, in West Africa. Our time zones are way different. So the time you take US 30 is like our sleeping time or schooling time or something. So, you know, just like going back to the thing, it's just use the, just learn a strategy that works for you. I mean, you don't have to trade US 30. You can trade the DAX. You can trade UK 100. You can trade, I mean, there's a ton of other things that you can trade here. You can trade GJ. If you go back and rewind how the strategy I was talking about earlier, you can look at GJ, and that you can use that pretty much throughout the whole day. So hopefully that helps, Manuel. You know, sorry, I don't want to I don't want to go further with like me basically telling you like why I don't want to do it. But yeah, guys, it's currently active right now. The scalp move right here is where my entry was made, and then we're currently in the trade. So I'm currently in profit right now. Oh wow, I'm in profit like $100 already. So I'm doing good on this one. Let me set my TP stop loss for this right here. All right, guys. So stop loss is at 30933, and my TP is at 30833. All right, so we got good right here. Currently in profit right now. It's looking pretty decent, but it's just bouncing around. So I'll let it play out from there. And then man, I'm so tempted to like add in another entry, because technically right here, if this closes as a red candle, we can enter another one right after it. Dijon, my TP stop loss is right here. So stop loss is 30,933, and my TP is 30,833. Just 500 pips both ways. So that's pretty much what I've got active right now. Let's see if there's anything else. Here's what the fee is. That's funny. Medvesk is asking, sorry, let me continue on with, let me go back and reread everyone's questions, because I think I missed a couple of things here. Yeah, Medvesk, that's really nice. You never found anyone who would do this like you do, live sessions. Yeah, definitely, Medvesk. I do this live because, you know, I want to show you guys that I'm 100% transparent with you guys. You know, I show you guys all the wins and I show you guys all the losses. Obviously, we have a high win rate. So a lot of people don't believe K2 sometimes when they see our profits and stuff. They're like, how do these guys keep winning every single day? And, you know, that's why I trade live with you guys, so you guys can see how I trade. I do the same thing every single day. Don't do anything different. And everything is available to you guys if you guys want to learn these strategies. Let me see if there's anything else here. Medvest said, what time do you have on MT4? 15-minute. I use the 5-minute actually for MT4, but I don't do any charting on MT4. So for MT4, I just take the trades, but I don't actually like use the chart at all, right? I just enter the trades on there. So nice. I'm currently in profit about $200 right now. That's good. Nice. Probably about 300. It's about to hit TP. You know, I'm probably going to enter another position. I'm going to stack on another one, guys. So we have one right there. We have about 3 minutes left on this candle. I'll probably stack on another position after this. Let's get this set up right here. All right, looks good. Looks good. Currently in profit about 300, 400. All right, I'm going to keep letting it push down further. Let me see if there's anything else here. Dijon said I should ask a month ago. Deswell, I was talking on Telegram as well. So I was talking on Telegram and I was talking on here as well. See if there's anything else here. Medvest, you know, back to your question, because I think you're asking, yeah, so you're asking, do you trade on the 15-minute MT4? I only trade on the 10-minute Medvest. I don't trade on MT4. I just enter my trades on there, but I don't do any charting on there. It doesn't matter what time frame you're using, whether it's 5-minute, 15-minute, 1 hour, it's going to be the same thing, because we're just entering, you know, with regard to current price. So that's pretty much what I see going on here. See, Deswell said, how about we do 3-4 scalp trades, which is 1,500 pips on these live sessions? Yeah, well, I mean, we did like 5 trades already, Deswell, and they all hit TP. So we're probably going to continue doing this since you guys like this. You know, I'm here to pretty much help you guys out, guys, because I make a lot of profits on my own. Like, I literally don't need to share these strategies with you guys. But, you know, I don't mind it. I'll share with you guys because there's enough profit to go around. You know, some people like to be super secretive about these strategies, but in reality, if you're good at something and you're just scalping, you can make profits pretty quickly and pretty easily. And it's not that difficult. So let me see if there's anything else here as well. Cameron said, make it for yourself. There are hours and hours of free videos posted on his YouTube. He also has indicators that make you trading 10 times easier. It's got to work for what you want. Exactly, Cameron. So like, you know, like I mentioned, I'd rather teach you guys how to trade rather than give you guys, you know, signals all the time so that you guys actually understand what you're doing, right? You're not just blindly taking trades, because that's how a lot of traders are. They just take trades without even thinking. And it's just risky to do it that way because you just never really know what you're doing, right? What if you get into a bad position? You don't know how to manage the trade. That could end up like horribly. Oh yeah, thanks ET. So yeah, if you guys want me to keep coming on for these live sessions to give you guys these scalp trades, go ahead and like the stream and follow the YouTube channel. You know, if we don't continue to grow this channel, then I'm not going to be going on these lives anymore. I'll just be giving these trades to the premium members. But currently right now, I'm just doing this out like free for the public. If you guys want to sit in on the trades and copy my trades live, you guys are more than welcome. But, you know, like I mentioned before, if this channel doesn't continue to grow, then there's really going to be no point for me to come on here, because this takes a lot of time out of my day where I can just be taking these trades instead of giving you guys all these updates. So I'm going to enter a second scalp right here, guys. This is about to close in about 30 seconds. If and when it does, I'm going to enter another short position for another scalp. So we got about 20 seconds left. I'm looking to enter a second scalp right now. Got about 15 seconds left. Got about 10 seconds left. About 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm in the trade, guys. Got my second scalp in. So we're good right there. Entered at this point right here. So I got 2 scalps running right now. I got my TP stop loss right there. Let me set that up. All right. Stop loss is 30911. And then I've got TP at 30811. Damn, market's going crazy right now, huh? It's all good. So we're good with that. I have these 2 scalps running right now. I'm just going to set the alerts for these. Yeah, US 30 is like all over the place. So this is going to be scalp number 1. TP. Scalp number 2. Scalp number 1. Stop loss. Yeah, looks pretty risky right now. All right, guys, so I'm done looking at US 30. So I'll let this play out right here. You know, obviously the market's moving kind of crazy right now, but we'll see how it plays out. If it ends up playing out in our direction, it's good. If not, it's cool too. But, you know, it just becomes a numbers game, guys. So if the market starts to move crazy, it's just going to move that way. And that's why I have my stop loss in place to kick me out if it needs to. If it doesn't, then that's cool too. But we've made some pretty good profits here already so far. So I'll just let this run. And then while I let it run, I'm going to see what else we have here in the chat real quick. Dubcake said, newbie here, don't know where to start with trading. Any of your video that would recommend to watch? So Dubcake, if you want to watch our intro videos, just go on the website, k2trades.com right here. Click on unlock your free access to K2. And then this will sign you up for the free intro course. So we have the free intro course right here with like the basics, and it pretty much goes over the strategies that I use here. And you can sign up for this completely free. So just go here, click on enroll in course for free, and then you can learn from that point. So That's pretty much where I would advise to go if you want to go and take a look. Otherwise, I think that's about it for today, guys. So I think this is it for this live session. Or actually, Lisa, let me just message you real quick. I'm going to message you on Telegram to see if you want to do this as your session. Yeah, Dom. I mean, it's available for anything. It just depends on where you want to sign up from. Like you can sign up on your phone or you can sign up on your computer. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're just videos. So as long as you can play the videos on your phone or whatever, you'll be fine. So you can sign up right here. But yeah, let me message you, Lisa, real quick. So Lisa. Hey, Stevie, didn't I analyze gold for you already? I analyzed gold like 4 times today, but it's fine. I'll look at it for you again, but I might have to get on this live session with Lisa right now. But let me just see if I'm just messaging you, Lisa, real quick. So me and Lisa are either going to have her mentoring session right now, or we're probably going to have it later. But let me just see what she wants to do, so I can just give her the link so she can hop onto this. Oh shit. Okay. So stop loss hit on US 30 for the other one. Yeah, it's starting to spike up like crazy right now, guys. So it's all right. Shit happens. But it's all right because we have the 4 wins from earlier. So we did hit stop loss for the second one right here, but the other one right here, the first one's still running. So hopefully this comes back down and then it ends up covering this loss right here. So we'll see how this plays out. Other than that, let me get this link for Lisa. So Stevie, let me look at US 30 for you. I mean gold for you real quick because I've already analyzed it. It's the same analysis from yesterday. I'm not going to redraw everything, but I'm just going to show you what I explained earlier. It's the same thing I explained yesterday when I analyzed it for you. Basically, price is still ranging right here, and we're still waiting for it to break above here. You know, my analysis isn't going to change at all. Until it breaks above here, breaks below here, it's going to be the same thing, Stevie. And that's pretty much what we will, be waiting for. So until this happens right here, then we won't have an entry. But if it breaks above here, then we would take a buy. If it breaks below here, then we'll have a sell. But it's the same analysis from yesterday that I gave you, Stevie. And if you want to go back and rewind for the the earlier analysis I did, you can go look at that as well. It's basically the same thing. I'm just reiterating what I explained to you on Sunday. But yeah, it's just going to range from here until it breaks, above here, breaks below here. So just keep that in mind. But that's pretty much it for that right there. So looks like US 30 is coming back down. So we're done with this one right here. That's fine. But we were still in the other position. So I'll go ahead and open this over here real quick. Okay, cool. Yeah. So Lisa's going to join the chat shortly. We're just going to use this as her live session. So if you guys want to stay in the session and continue watching, feel free. I'm going to send this link to Lisa so she can join in as well. So let me just send this over to Lisa. Cool. So Lisa is about to join the room right now. Our US 30 for this one's still technically active right now. It's like bouncing all over the place. So we'll see how this plays out. Hopefully it ends up playing out over here. But otherwise it's, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it moves. because the market is just all over the place right now. We probably should have sat this out, but it's all good because it looked like such a good entry. That's why I didn't want to miss it. But it is at resistance right here. So hopefully it rejects right off it and then comes right back down. Here, let me see. So guys, if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to get over to you guys that soon. Obviously I have 7 messages here. I have like 70 or 80 emails to get to today. But, like I mentioned, I don't really have, I'm going to be home most of the day today, or I'm being in the office the whole day actually. So I'll have time to answer everyone's questions throughout the day. Otherwise, yeah, I sent Lisa the link, so I'm just waiting for her to show up right now. When she does show up, we can get started with her session right now. Damn, US30 is starting to push up like pretty heavy right now. See, it's 10 o'clock. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like that second wave is happening. So generally, US30 has like 2 waves of movement. So like right here was the first wave, and then this was the second wave right here. So, we'll see how what happens if it breaks the structure. But if not, then we'll be able to continue riding it back. Yeah, no problem, Stevie. I'll look at gold again later, like when because I know you probably thought it did something since last night, but it didn't do anything yet. It's just been within this range. Because I think last time we discussed, it was like right over here, like literally within the zone. So until it breaks above or breaks below, analysis is still going to be the same until we have a better confirmation off that. What's up, Mirsaleh? You said you have a question. Yeah, sure. No problem, Dubcake. No problem, Dom. Yeah, glad I could help. It's, it's completely free. So if you guys just want to have access to the basics and stuff, just go to the website. Like I mentioned, click on unlock free access to K2, and then you'll have access to the free course right here. It's completely free. You just sign up to it, then you'll have links to all of the, pretty much all of the other stuff that you guys would want access to. So let me see if there's any other news here for CNBC before we continue on. And then same with this right here for the news. Yes, we're done with news for today. Let me see what Mersabah said. So Mersabah said, exactly right, Medvesk, I'm waiting for it to come back down. It's actually rejecting off the structure right here, and it came down pretty nice. So I'm just waiting for it to come back down and then for it to shoot back up. Shoot back down and then hit our TP, and then it can do whatever it wants from that point. So let me see what else Mersabah has here about US30. I know it might have been a scalp entry, but after that drop in price, wouldn't it make sense for people to buy it back? Yeah, it would make sense for people to buy it back, Mersabah, but that doesn't mean that they're going to push price up. The thing that's really moving US30 is not necessarily retail traders. It's going to be the institutions, because the retail traders, your small like $1,000 account, or like everyone that has a smaller account, they're not going to push price, because the institutions and stuff have like, they're pushing like millions or billions of dollars into like these trades, in the futures market, because this affects like a lot of other things. Like this is directly from the futures market, but on top of that, they have the indices market, and then they have the actual Dow 30, and then they have the stocks within the Dow 30. There's a lot of things that go into effect. So a lot of retail traders aren't really pumping and dumping US30, right? Unless there's like a whole bunch of traders, which, I highly doubt. It's not going to be enough to really push price. Like they'll push price slightly, but I don't think it's enough to really like push it like enough for it to have like this crazy movement right here. Like all these crazy spikes right here. These are like basically the institutions and stuff buying back, not necessarily retail traders. Damn, look, I hit our stop loss. Fuck me. All right, so that's cool. We hit stop loss for the US30 scalp. Other than that, I'm still in profit for the day, so I'm fine. Actually, mine didn't even hit yet. It's weird. I guess the pricing is different on FTMO. So my trade on FTMO is still active technically right now. But yeah, it's okay, because we had 2 wins earlier today, so it already covered my trades for the day. But I'm technically still in the trade. I'm in the negative right now, about $300, but it's still active for me for this right here. I mean, it hit stop loss on here, but it's still active on my FTMO. I'm not sure if pricing is different. But yeah, I mean, that was fun. I guess today was fun. I mean, this is the risk with scalping, right? The risk with scalping is you could have a really good hot streak like this morning. If we just stuck to these wins right here, we'd be good. But obviously, the market is moving kind of crazy this morning, right? It's not moving how it was earlier, where we had this nice smooth movement. It started to spike up from here, and then now it's pushing up in the opposite direction. So I'm technically still in the trade. I don't know what happened with mine, but I'm still in it. And I mean, I guess that's fine. I just want it to hit TP, and then it can go do whatever it wants. My TP for this trade is going to be, let's see, TP is set at 30,833. So you guys can see, let me see if I can pull it up over here. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm still in the trade, guys. Like, I guess on my MT4, I didn't hit it yet. So I'm still technically in the trade. Obviously, I'm in some negative, but I'm still in the trade. So we'll see how this plays out. All right, so it looks like Lisa is in here. Let me see. Hey, Lisa, can you hear me?
Hey, Shawn, can you hear me?
Hey, Lisa, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, no, my US 30 is hanging on as well. That's a crazy spike up right there. Thankfully, we had those wins this morning because right now it's currently still active. I guess on MT4, it hasn't really reached the price yet. So I'm still in it, but it's not looking so great. Thankfully, we had those trades earlier, right? Because we were able to offset these other scalps.
Oh, definitely. I'm still in the blue.
Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, I'm still in the blue because we had those 3 wins earlier, so I'm still in profit pretty nice. It's just, I mean, there's no way we could have like predicted this like huge spike up was going to happen.
Right.
Exactly.
Cool. I'm so excited to scalp with you.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, yeah. So like, have you gotten the hang of the new strategy already or not yet?
It's still sinking in a little bit. Making good choices on when to enter, and how long to hold, is really my challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why for me, I use fixed TP and stop loss because I don't want to have to think about it when I actually get into the trade. I just set it up and then I pretty much just let it run. And since the win rate is very, very high, I think it's at least above an 85% win rate. You know, as long as I take as many trades back to back, it's going to balance out regardless because it's the same risk for every single trade. So as long as I have more wins than losses, it'll obviously balance out eventually.
Cool. Yeah, I really predominantly only trade US 30 with you. So
Yeah, I mean it's my favorite asset now. Obviously, it's been the most profitable one so far.
it's
So
helped me pass my FTMO. So
oh yeah, exactly, and that's why I like using it because it's so fast paced where we can take trades and pretty much get in and out pretty quickly. Especially with the FTMO requirements, it becomes an issue if people hold their trades into the next session, which it's bound to happen if you're trading Forex.
and I don't have to worry about news, trading US 30 since it's not a restricted
Exactly right. Yeah, you can just take the
product.
trade and you'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Yeah. So I saw you were applying it on your USD, right?
Trying to, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I saw you doing it on the 10-minute. It looks like it could still work on the 10-minute. Like right here, these cells right here actually would have been decent. But I think there's still too much noise on the 10-minute. And the problem with this is that you're going for such a small move that it might be a little risky for you to take these. Do you know what the spread's like on FTMO?
I can tell you real quick.
Yeah, let me see. Because if the spread is like less than a pip, then maybe you can run this. But
It's 3. It vacillates between 2 and 3.
okay, yeah, the spread might be too wide because if the spread is 2 or 3 and then you're looking for, a 10 pip gain here, 10 or 11 pip gain, you have
It's
to pay a
tight.
spread. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to pay a spread of like 6 pips. And I think it just might be too risky.
So remember when I messaged you last week and just said that I have trouble drawing zones because there's so many lines?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Can,
definitely.
can you show me on US, on Euro USD again? Because I'm
Okay.
looking at just the naked chart just with support and resistance on there. And like the more I do this, just the better it's going to be. So
Yeah, no, definitely. So yeah, for example, here, I'll turn on the K2SRs, and this is like, how your chart looks here. So basically, especially on the shorter time frames, because you'll see that the gaps between the zones aren't that wide. Like for example, right here, if I'm going from this zone to this zone right here, it's only 3 pips, right? So what I would do is I would get the bunches that are like really bunched together. Like these right here, we have a big zone, but then we have a small zone within it. For that, I would just connect these two together. And then same with like these zones right here. You can see how these are kind of bunched up together. I would just connect these right here together. And then same with these two right here, I'd connect these two together. And then these three are here bunched up. I would just connect these three together. I would actually connect this red one with it, since they're kind of bunched up kind of close. And then I would connect these right here, since this red one was closer to this one as well. And then there you go. And we have this one right here, and there goes the zones. So I'll take that off the chart, and then pretty much like decently drawn zones on the 10-minute. This is kind of why I don't like trading Forex on the 10-minute as well, because there's too much noise. You can see how it kind of bounces around a lot, right? If you do this on the 30-minute, it's going to be way different, because the zones do line up. But if you just draw your own zones on here on the 30-minute, it's actually spread a lot better, because you could have more gaps in between each zone. So like currently right here, these are how our zones look. They're kind of like really bunched up, but on the 30-minute, they're kind of spread out because they take into account more candles. So I mean, that's pretty much how I do it on the 10-minute. Did you get how I drew those there, or is there still some confusion?
yeah, for some reason today I can draw zones just fine.
Oh yeah, nice.
I think it may be because I have 2 screens running and you're on the other one. So thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes you just need the confirmation, or you guys need to see how I actually do it. That way, you can have that full confidence that you're drawing them properly. I mean, obviously, it's going to be harder to draw the zones on the 10-minute, but if you go on the higher time frames, it'd be easier. But if it does work for you on the 10-minute, then by all means, use it, because scalping obviously works better on the shorter time frames. So if you can do it, I think it definitely would be beneficial. And just turning on the pivots here, there's actually a bunch of entries here that you could have taken. Like for example, right here, we have a wick off this one right here. So we have a wick off this lower pivot and then off the structure. Long position right there. That'd be a nice win for like 14 pips. Again, right here, we have this green candle, or these 2 green candles. This wicks, it wicks off this pivot, and this wicks off this pivot. So there'd be 2 entries right here for a long position, and then another one right here. So that'd be 2 wins, or 3 wins, I guess, in total for 14 pips. And let me see if there's any other ones here that we could have possibly taken. Looks like, yeah, like this one right here, this green candle. I don't know if you can see this on my chart. It's kind of small, but we do have like this green candle right here where it wicks off, and it wicks off the structure as well for another long position right there, which would, looks like so this is where it gets kind of iffy. So this is what I mean about Forex, because Forex, it's like a ranging pair, right? So you'll see it bouncing back and forth. So it's kind of hard to determine whether you want to move your stop loss and profit, or actually, for example, here, I think this is too far. Generally, where I like to put my stop loss is either at the previous structure, but this is too close. It's only 5 pips. But out like farther than that, I would put it at the end of the last pivot, because if price is to cross the pivot, then odds are it's probably going to reverse, right? So that's why I like putting the stop loss at the previous, or at the last pivot right here, about 11 pips. And then, ride that from there. Because if you did that, it looks like it would have hit TP. Or maybe it wouldn't have either here. It just really depends on where you put your stop loss. But generally, that's where
it would be really close with that wick.
Exactly. It'd be really, really close. So it's, this is why it's kind of hard for me to teach this to everyone in K2, because it's very subjective, just depending on how you analyze it. And just determining where your stop loss is going to be very specific too. Like for US 30, I understand how it moves, so I can set it to a 500 pip stop loss. But when you're trading something like Euro USD, you kind of have to understand how it moves. You have to know like what's the average movement after you have that specific entry. Because right here, it looks like the sweet spot might be around like 14 to 12 pips. Because it looks like if you have, let's see, so the last pivot right here is 5 pips. That's way too close. The previous swing right here is about 13 pips. So I think the sweet spot for that would probably be around 14 pips. And it'd be somewhere between 10 and 15 for Euro USD. And the only reason I'm able to determine that is because I'm able to, basically look at, so this is during US session, and we'll see how much each candle moves. So each candle moves about 5 to, let's see, about 5 to 7 candles. So if you do that, and you have to like kind of determine how long do you think it'll take for you to hit TP? Is it going to take like 3 candles? Is it going to take 5 candles? So you pretty much just grab the average for how much each candle moves. If each candle moves about 6 to 8 pips, then you can just like, multiply that by X amount of candles. Like, I guess we'll use the lower end of it, 5 times, I guess, 4 candles. And then your sweet spot would be around like 20 pips max, something lower than that. So like between 10 and 20 pips.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, like I mentioned, it's going to be a little more difficult for you to determine, where to put your stop loss for your USD, because you have to actually know how it moves to figure that out.
And then it's going to be completely different between the 10-minute and the 30-minute.
Exactly. Yeah. So generally what I
Charts.
like to do, exactly. Well, generally what I like to do is, like, for example, here, I would zoom out from this point, and then I would use the long positioning tool, and I would let it just set the stop loss TP for me. And then if it's too wide, then I would lower it. So like for right here, it does up to like 19 pips. This is kind of too wide for me. So I'd probably move it up to here, and then just, round it down to like 14 pips. Even though it would hit that specific price point. I mean, technically you can just let it run, but for scalping, I don't like letting it run for that long, right? Because you'd be holding this doesn't even turn into a scalping, where this becomes an intraday trade, because you would have been holding this for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all no drawdown, all in profit. So I know it's scalping, and you don't do a trailing stop loss really ever, do you?
Yeah, not really, because the problem with that is if you do a trailing stop loss, you can see how we have like these random spikes down, like price comes up, spikes down. Odds are you're probably gonna get stopped out. If you want to do a manual trailing stop loss, you can do that as well. So you can enter a scalp, and then you can move your stop loss as it moves like further and further above where the pivots are. So generally, I like to put it the last pivot right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it continues moving, I move it along, and I follow the third or the last pivot right here. So like, for example, right here, I just keep following it. And then as it keeps moving up, I just move my stop loss higher and higher with like the third or last pivot, depending on how far it's at. And then as it continues, I just keep sliding it with it. That way you can maximize your profit potential as it continues to move forward. So obviously, if you did that, you could actually lock in a whole lot of profit doing this instead.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought to do the trailing stop loss on the pivots. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because usually these are like the first line of defense, like 1 and 2. And then once it reaches like the orange one or the red one, odds are it's probably going to reverse. So if you do that and you just continue, trailing it, you probably could have locked in some pretty decent profit here. I mean, you wouldn't get that full profit, or technically you probably could have if we just continued it as it moves along. Okay, so hit stop loss right here. So technically you wouldn't hit full TP for 19 pips, but you would hit TP for about 16 pips, which is not bad. You just lose out on about 3 pips. But if this like happened to continue moving forward even further, then you could have just locked in even more profit as well. So that's another way of doing it. I mean, there's a million different ways to apply exit strategy. It just depends on how you want to. Like for me, I prefer to set and forget. So I just like to get an average of pip movement within a certain time frame, and then I just set it and I forget it. I just let it pretty much run. Because the thing is, if you're doing this, your emotions are going to get involved. If you're like following it and it's moving so fast and you kind of want to get out, but then I mean, if you can follow this strategy, this would be great as well. It just takes a lot of time.
I think what gets me, and this is maybe part of the psychology that more experienced traders don't fight with, but when my FTMO is in the positive and things are going great, set it and forget it seems to be easy. when my FTMO goes negative, then I become like this ridiculous, anxious trader that, moves my stop loss way too close, too quick. And, I'm out of the trade, when I probably shouldn't be. So how do you, other than just saying be consistent, which I understand, but how do you combat that,
Yeah.
anxiety?
Well, yeah, I mean, the main way to do it is to set and forget it, right? Because you won't be looking at it. The only time you'll be looking at it is if it hits TP or stop loss. So I think the main way for you to do it is to figure out, like we discussed yesterday, it depends on how you want to apply it. So if you want to apply an exit strategy, you have to do it for every single trade. And that's gonna work on your trade psychology. Because if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, like using this strategy, for example, you're gonna know that it's gonna hit sometimes you're gonna have bigger runs and sometimes you're gonna have smaller runs. But if you continue to keep applying it, you'll be able to lock in more wins and losses, and then you'll end up in profit in the long term. For me, I do both. Like I mentioned, I use the exit strategy and I use the full TP, full stop loss, so that I can pretty much just, I'll double up on my profit basically, because like each trade hits TP almost every time, like TP1. So I'm able to lock in profits on like one trade. And then for the other one, if I hit full TP, it'll just continue on even further. So my main word of advice is, if you're going to use an exit strategy, then use the same thing for every trade that you do. If you're going to let it set and forget, then make sure to do that for every single trade as well. And that's pretty much how you would build your trade psychology. Because the main reason why people get anxiety is because they don't trust it, right? They don't trust themselves. They don't trust the strategy. There's something that they don't trust. That's why they get nervous. But if you're using something that you trust and that works, then you shouldn't be having that feeling. Because if you do have a loss, you're like, all right, well, I'm gonna move on to the next one, and then I'll make the money back on the next trade. So that's pretty much, the most advice I can give you. Because trade psychology, there's some people that never get it. There's some people that get it right away. There's some people that don't get it, or there's some people that get it after a long time of, suffering a bunch of losses until they figure out that they should just stick to one plan. So, what I recommend is to just figure out what you want to do and then use that for every single trade.
Yes, agreed. Working on it. Cool. It looks like we're out of our US 30 scalp.
Yeah, looks like we got kicked out, unfortunately. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it pushed up. So I didn't there's really no way we could have determined that this was going to push up like that. It looked like such a good trade though, when we took it. So looking at this right here, this is when we actually took it. It looked like a really nice drop. Looked like it was going to reject off and come right back down. Fortunately, reversed on us. So it's probably something that I'm probably going to continue on further as we continue to follow US 30, because I've noticed that it works throughout all sessions. It's not just US session. It works even during like Asia session as well. So like, for example, over here, let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see where this one is. So I think there was another entry here, which is during Asia session. Or actually, let me go back to like a previous day. So let's go and rewind. It's like somewhere over here. And you can see here that this actually works pretty well, like all throughout the day. So like, for example, over here, Asia session opened like right here around 1500 hours. So if we were to take this trade over here, we have the rejection off the pivot right here, rejection off the zone. Take a long position right here, or I could rewind it to here. Yeah, we enter a long position right here for about 500 pips. And I think it should have hit, but let's see. So this was 1500 hours, the market just reopened, and yeah, it ends up hitting full TP right there. So this is something that can actually be used like throughout the day. It's not just required to be used during a US session. So it's something that I'm probably going to be applying throughout the day. But I mean, there's a ton of ways to apply it. Even like right here, this is like during London session. So this is a London session rejection, and then a rejection off the pivot, rejection off the zone. And this would have been a full TP here as well at 1:30 a.m. or 1 a.m. London open. And then right here, Asia session, Asia session open. And then again, similarly to we did for US session over here as well on the US open. Right over here. Or no. Yeah, right over here. So, I mean, it's something that works around all sessions. So I'm probably going to keep applying it around all sessions. Do you plan on just applying it during or for like Forex pairs, or do you plan on just applying it on US 30? I think it works best on US 30. So I personally would recommend sticking to US 30. But if you want to use it for Forex pairs, I mean, obviously you guys have looked at, some of the back test of it, and it works well for that as well.
I probably will only use it on US 30 during your scalping daily US 30 live call.
Yeah, exactly.
Because right there, that one that you highlighted at the open of New York, because that wick went all the way up to the red pivot, I'm not so sure I would have been super confident to take that one. Because
Yeah,
I would be
exactly.
expecting a
Possible reversal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, you've seen here that whenever price like tests the other pivots, like the lower ones, those are usually the better ones to enter, because once it reaches the higher ones, like this red one over here, it gets a little iffy. Like for example, right here, if you see the pivots start to angle upwards, that's when it becomes a little iffy, because at this point, it's like price will either shoot up or it'll shoot down. So it literally becomes like a 50-50 rather than it reversing off, something like this over here or something like this over here, where it has a better chance of swinging back down.
Yeah. But I'm excited if you want to, right, and you're going to incorporate the scalping strategy into your live call, then I think that will just help me work through some of these iffy moments, because that confidence level will help me hold my trades.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, that's probably what I plan on doing. Because I do like scalping. And the thing that's cool about the scalping strategy is that while we're waiting for the daily entry, we can take all these other scalps that can offset, all the other trades.
Yeah,
So,
because there's something that happens with US 30 around 6 a.m.
mhm.
that we get a signal, and this is 6 a.m. Sorry, let me tell you what time zone. That's Central.
So, okay.
Something around 6 to 8 a.m. Central that we get a signal on US 30, and
Mhm.
it moves like crazy. And if that same signal would have happened at 8:30 or 9:30 when New York opens, that would be the typical signal that we're looking for, but we just get it 2 or 3 hours early.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like I think someone mentioned it earlier. They said if they asked if I took the sell signal like this one right here, I think, or even like it'd be 6 Central, so that'd be 7 around your time. So yeah, I think that'd be 7 my time. I think it's an hour ahead. So that probably would have been the signal that we got today, but it came a little late.
Yeah, it's crazy. We seem to get lots of opportunities that maybe fit the criteria right before New York Open. That would be, if it goes right, if we don't get a signal after New York Open for, an hour or two, then scalping during that time would be primo.
Exactly. Yeah, I know, definitely. Yeah, because like those wins that we took this morning were actually pretty nice. Like that's what I like when the market just opens, because they literally just hit. Like you just take the entry and then it shoots down and it hits pretty nicely. And it, it's just I feel like it's a better feeling when we hit these scalp wins, because you don't have to wait for a couple hours for it to hit. We just wait a few minutes and it usually hits after that. So it takes the waiting game out of it for the most part.
Yeah, because if we don't get it pretty quickly, then we're waiting until like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon for it to make that afternoon push. And
Exactly.
that's
Yeah.
a long time to hold.
Exactly. I agree 100%. That's kind of what happened here. Like it looks like we had that first impulse downwards, and then once it hit like 8:30, it impulsed right back in the opposite direction. So, I mean, we'll see what happens from Asia session. I'm kind of tempted to take a buy position if this ends up providing for scalp entry in this direction.
That was going to be my next question: is do you see a buy coming when it clears this zone?
Exactly. I do see that, and that's exactly what I'm probably going to take as well. I kind of want to make back this this little loss that we had from this last one. But yeah, if this happens right here, if it comes back down and then rejects like a wick, rejects off the pivot, then I would probably take this for a long position in the other direction. Because it's basically like confirming like a break and retest pattern, kind of similar to what happened in the opposite direction over here. It came down, it broke, retested, and then it shot right back down. So like same thing right here, but just in the opposite direction. We see price breaking structure right here, coming back down for a retest, and then after that, possible shoot upwards from there. So that's kind of what I see happening here. If this does close, I'll probably take it. I don't mind taking the risk because we already had 3 wins before. So if I end up at break even, I'm not really, it's fine for me because as long as I'm not in the negative, I think I'm fine. Because if we keep doing this and it, you know, it adds up over time, I think this is definitely like super beneficial. Kind of bummed that I didn't take the daily entry today because that would have bumped us up even more because I'd add another 750 to the position.
What's weird is that my trading view shows that it's rejecting off of the second pivot.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, yours isn't showing that.
Are you using Oanda data?
Let me check. No, I'm currency.com.
Oh, that's so weird. You're on the 10-minute, right?
I am on the 10-minute US 30. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I am 20 seconds ahead of you.
Possibly. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. On mine right now, I know I'm delayed on the YouTube, but if we're on the Zoom, it should be real time. I know the YouTube is delayed a few seconds.
Oh, yeah, no, we're the same time. I mean, I'm happy to send you a screenshot. Can I do that?
Yeah, you could if you want to.
Let me send it in Telegram.
Yeah, that's so weird, huh?
Let me figure out how I get to Telegram from here. Yeah, bizarre.
Yeah, it's super weird.
I sent it to you in Telegram.
All right, let me pull it up on yours. Oh yeah, it's weird. Currency.com. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's something different. Because your screen looks pretty much the same to mine. It's just
the pivots are slightly off.
Oh no, I kind of see what's going on. You have the other settings on. You have so go to your K2TS indicator right here. And unclick show MA curves. Because I think it's rejecting off this, not off the actual pivots.
Unclick show MA curves. Okay.
Yeah, and then look at your chart now. Is it rejecting off it?
Nope. It looks like yours. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what it was. Okay, cool. Yeah. So it was just it was the colors were getting mixed up with the one from the other indicator. So that you have that off, you have a more clearer view of it.
Nice. All right. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, cool. Perfect. So that looks good. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't test it, so it doesn't look like we're going to have, you know, a specific entry off this. I'll probably keep watching it for a bit. But as we get closer to market close, I'm probably going to hold off. I'm going to let my daily loss reset for the day, and I'll probably hop back on to scalp this during Asia session.
Got it. You have other mentoring stuff going on. And because I'm a premium member, I subscribe to your channel, I should get notifications, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, back to your question for that. So are you subscribed to the YouTube channel?
Yes.
Oh, that's weird. So or actually here, let me see if there's a way here.
Let me take a look.
Because there's a way to, sorry, I'm gonna try to figure out. I know there's a way to turn on notifications on YouTube. I just don't know where the button is on it. Maybe if you can open YouTube, because I'm on my own personal account. So let me see if I can pull it up on like a different account to see if if I could figure out. Mute that. Oh yeah, okay. So if you go on the YouTube channel, there'll be next to the subscribe button, there's like a bell button, a notification button. So if you click on that, that'll actually give you notifications. Like it'll send you an email whenever I log on. Like whenever I have a live session, if you have that triggered, whenever I go live, you'll get an email from YouTube telling you that I'm going live for a mentoring session. So when I have a mentoring session, you'll get a notification email that I'm live, and then you can sit in on any of the sessions if you like.
Okay, got
Are you
it.
able to find that on your YouTube?
Yes, I will turn that on, and hopefully I'll get the next one. Because it was only sending me the daily, the
Hey,
live.
Lisa, you still there? I think we got disconnected.
Can you hear me?
I think there might be a connectivity issue. Hey, Lisa, are you still here? Sorry, I think we got disconnected. Hey, Lisa, are you still here?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I could hear you. Sorry, I think we got disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, it froze on my side. Cool. So now I think I have that. We don't have an entry for US 30.
Oh, there we go. So we have that like drop that just happened right there. I wonder if we're gonna have a rejection off that point.
Maybe.
Yeah, so if we do have a rejection off this point, it would qualify as an entry, and then it'd probably take it. Hopefully it does. I kind of want to take a trade, but then I also don't because it's been moving today. I think it's it's probably best to just hold off until like things start to smoothen out.
Gotcha. Well, if you don't take it,
Let me
I'm
see if
not
there's
taking
anything
it.
else to look
So.
at. Yeah, I'll probably give it some time. It's got about 4 minutes left on this.
Oh, it looks like I lost you again.